Hello everyone and welcome to NLC Regional Promotion Series Quarterfinals Day 2. I will be joined by Duckrek here and we will be starting the day off with a special kind of game. We have G2L versus Lazy in Life here.
We do. The Norwegian first seed coming out of a rough final on a home turf. Unfortunately lost 3-1 to the Norwegian DMG lineup, but they've been looking strong in the RPS list. Been trying a few different things. Hopefully they'll bounce back here today.
Yeah, they, of course, 2 of their 3 wins were against the other 2 teams that advanced from this group, Lions Creed Academy and Fritzfall, I believe. Anyways, the 2 other teams that went through, and then G2L on the other side. Oftentimes when you come into these tournaments, the team that's on the relegation side of things, aka G2L here, they come off a little bit of a sour note, maybe not ending their season too well. Well, they actually started to look better towards the end of season, and they have been playing equal esports games in between end of the regular split and RPS, so maybe they've got something different there. Maybe they can salvage things and stay in the second division, but we'll be seeing what they bring into the Rift.
Yeah, especially for a team that's been together for this long now, especially some core parts of it. I'm interested to see like how much they've been improving, because some of the, like you said, some of the games, especially early in the Division 2, were kind of rough, right? They did pick up a few wins, I believe, in the end. Remember the Chaos, especially. And
Chaos,
then I believe they beat Unique as well in the end. Yeah.
Those are the 2 teams. And it wasn't like they looked a terrible team, not at all. Like their early game was solid, and then in the middle to later stages it sort of fell apart most of the times, if I remember correctly. But anyways, we should have a playoff bracket graphic to show you guys, so if we can go over to that to see what we've had so far and what we will be having for the rest of the RPS knockout.
League of Legends.
Ow. That was an amazing transition.
Yeah, what a transition. I don't know.
Kind of lost it now and still.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear us right now, but anyways, this is what the RPS bracket so far looks like. Top side, Bloodline taking a 2-0 over Carolina, and Paragon 1 over their UK brethren in Lions Creed Academy. And we should have the 2 other games of the quarterfinal stages later tonight, with the G2L versus Lazy in Life and Fritzfall going up against Bitfix Gaming. So interesting stuff happening there, both on stream and also in the bracket.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. All of the team kills, not team kills, but fellow region kills with the UK and Ireland teams going up against each other and the Swedes. And now we also have both of the region teams at least on the same side of the bracket. So if they win their series today, then they will have to play against each other.
Yeah, that is true, with the top side being, as you said, Swedish team and Swedish RPS team coming, and then NLC Division 2 team, Carolina, of course, a Swedish team too, as well, and then 2 UK teams going up against. Here on the bot side, however, if both of your Norwegian teams win, that means at least one will go through the second division for the summer split. So I think that's also a little bit of a win for you, so that you get it guaranteed. But obviously, there's still Bitfix needs to win Fritzfall, and Lazy Life obviously need to take G2L down.
Yeah, kind of hard to get a feel of how strong the G2L lineup is now. I would. It's been, I believe their last games were on 14-4, so that's months ago, right? No, 14-5 were their last games on in the second division. So it's been quite a while. We've had a lot of patches. This is probably, I believe, we're on 9, right? On in this tournament.
Yeah, I believe we're on 14, but no.
Yeah, so that several patches, right? Meta shift. Of course, they've played some on 14.8, but first time we see them on 14.9 as well, and then into some other Nordic opponents.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how they adapt to these. Well, it's been a few patches, so a whole different meta right now. Of course, Corki seeing a little bit of resurgence, something that wasn't really played during the spring splits for Division 2, and then also the other stuff coming in, like Rumble's seen a lot more play, the jungler's gone a little bit into this fighter-ish type of game plan. So it'll be interesting to see how G2 Hell has adapted to that. Obviously, I've had some competitive games in the Equal Esports Cup, but it'll be it's a different. I hope it's a different level of opponents that they'll be facing here today and in the RPS if they go through this stage.
Especially interested to see what they decide to do with the mid lane, if they will keep the priority high on champions like Ari Talia for both teams, honestly. P-Ball could go for some counter picks if he wants to, but if they want to keep playing for jungle and topside especially, then yeah, champions like especially Talia, Ari, Orianna as well, obviously strong in the lane. High priority picks, right? But they could do something else, of course. We did see Lace in Life in the Norwegian final pull out a spicy comp with Seraphine and then double Bruiser's topside with Olaf and Belvet. They did something similar as well in the early RPS games. So if they want to play Seraphine bot, definitely opens up quite a few picks in especially mid and top.
Yeah, if you're comfortable taking your AD carry on a support champion in Seraphine, which like Tidebringer had some really huge Seraphine ults in the game against Lions Creed Academy. I believe they pulled it off in the RPS here, but they looked fairly comfortable with the play style, and Milkshake just took over those games, both which he played on the day 4, I believe, Wukong and Belveth, which were really strong picks. I don't quite recall what they played on day 5. Maybe I just want to forget that day as a Finn. But anyways, a lot of interesting stuff that we could see here today from that side. Also, as said before, Fritfall and I'm hearing draft noises. Maybe we're not going for a Fritfall and Bitfix Gaming right now. G2 blue side, Lazy Life on red side. Maokai taken out as the first ban.
Yeah. Just want to deny it. Obviously, a flex pick in theory as well, even though, most of the time it just goes to Sim. And then the Orianna as well. Nothing out of the ordinary right now. Teams tend to ban out a few of the hyper carries for Cultists, obviously a strong player, so nothing too surprising there. I believe they played a few games with Enchanters as well in the Equal Esports Cup, so just taking out the Jinx early, such an easy first pick especially, makes complete sense from Lazy.
Yeah, they had at least a game of Kog'Maw Lulu, and I believe one with Aphelios Milio as well, so a lot of that priority towards bot side. I think Lazy Life was going to miss one of their bans. It was only just the second ban that they decided to skip here. But anyways, Maokai, Orianna so far taken away both. As you said, Maokai is a flex pick, but Orianna, something that people has played quite a bit, and Varus as well taken away from Tidebringer. One of those more comfortable champions for him. And then the last ban coming from Lazy Life. What will be taking away? Obviously, those hyper carries, something that Cultist has played quite a bit. Also, the Kalista, I think she pulled it off during the second division run, but didn't end up winning with that pick. Janna taken away from Colombo. Okay.
It's interesting. I guess they probably want some engaged. Preferably the Alistar, maybe something similar. Maybe the Belvet. Yeah, something that Janna just feels really annoying to play against.
I'm just seeing.
We're not seeing the picks, yeah.
Only a black square on whatever the first pick for G2L was. Skane! Okay, so we're not having any picks on the graphics, but Skane was the first pick for G2L. And
yeah.
Just
waiting. I think we're gonna have to wait a bit. Or is this like the chess players showing off playing blindfolded? So we're drafting blindfolded now.
Yeah, blind drafting. That will be interesting. you just pick champions and you don't know what.
Yeah, you just have to remember.
Yeah.
Remember the previous picks.
Okay, we got something now on. Obviously, the graphics not showing for you on stream, but we got Vi and Ari for Lazy Life. And that's Connor, first pick for G2L, as well as Talia. So Talia Ari, something that we've seen quite a bit so far in RPS. Nothing too special there. and so far also is Zaya hover for Cultist, and that's going to be locked in for G2 Hell as well.
This is quite similar to the priorities we had in the Norwegian final with Lazy. This Garner going through a lot of the picks, and then they tried it once. Strato didn't have the best performance. I believe that was also the last game. So, but yeah, the Vi obviously the Ari combo, Talia on the other side as an answer, and then Saya as well as an answer into the Vi. It's pretty normal. And then yeah, we see the Ashe pick adapting into the Saya, of course. Ashe with the longer range might be annoying in lane, especially for the Saya. We'll see if this is a sim pick or a Tidebringer pick.
Yeah, can flex both ways. Have seen quite a bit of that double Hail of Blades bot lane in MSI. If people have been watching, as a huge proponent of that with Kalista, so it will be interesting to see if that's something they want to bring through. That Kalista also hovered, but don't think it made the cut just here. Ashe, as I said, long range and Zaya will be something that Cultist will need to take risks into if she wants to trade properly. Second stage of bans coming through. Nautilus taken away is something that you don't want to play against as an immobile ADC like Ashe potentially. And then Olaf taken away from. Well, it's a flex pick for the Lazy in Life as well.
Interested to see who's playing the Skarner though, as a champion that's obviously banned quite a lot in solo queue, in scrims as well. I think I've seen like a couple of actually a fair amount of games of Skarner for Lizzie, the top laner. So expecting it potentially to be top, but of course the players can have different accounts, few games for the jungler Sheena as well. So flex pick, but by the looks of things, at least from the solo queue accounts I had available, then yeah, most likely top lane.
Yeah, obviously it's a pretty strong flex pick as well right now, but we'll see where it's going to go. Lazy Life think that both jungle and support are still unpicked for G2 Hell with bans of Nautilus, Sinjo, and that Alistar are now also taken away from Zim by G2 Hell. This current hover of Sejuani is something Strato has played, but yeah,
this was
not
the
the
pick of the Norwegian final as well. In top lane for both players, Samson and Strato taking it away and trying to counter each other. It was an interesting series to say the least, with a lot of Sejuani top. Something which is quite out of the ordinary, I would say.
In the
but the Xante obviously always a good pick.
Xante coming through for Strato and Viego now for Sheena, so that'll most likely put the Skarner up top. There's been some talk about also Skarner spot, as we now finally do get the draft for you guys as well. But yeah, as said, that should lock in the top side for G2L. Now only the pick for Colombo to be shown here, I believe. Ooh.
Yeah, more engage. They want to go in. They obviously have the Talia ult to follow as well, and maybe could be a bit difficult for the side to follow all of the engager, but they have so much CC now, and they have a pretty good follow-up, especially with Talia, right? And then, the Skarner just pouncing through. I don't think I've seen... Well, Tide did play one Kalista game in RPS, right? I believe that was the last game.
Maybe I didn't. I forgot the day 5 completely. But anyways, that is the Kalista Ashe bot lane. It's been played both ways with Kalista as the ADC or as the support. You can do whatever you want. As support, you can go easily into that lethality build. As ADC, it's not quite as simple. Obviously, this game when you only really have to. Well, okay, yeah. In this game, it could be health. Excuse me, the
Bork is gonna feel good in this one.
Bork, indeed.
Even though, of course, the bot lane would be quite oppressive with the lethality Kalista and the Ashe as well, as long as they can keep control over where Shaw and Sheena especially are on the map.
And you sometimes, even if you're going for the on-hit Kalista, you still see them take that health place just barely for the laning dominance that the extra burst that the Keystone gives you as the Kalista. So it could be interesting to see if they go for the double health plays, but Ash support, that's most likely going to be Hob, and then with a Tidebringer having more of a choice as the Kalista in the lane. But once again, this is something. This is the lane that it's not gonna be fun to play against as Xayah and Rel. Oftentimes when you take Xayah, you can take those aggressive trades and you win those most of the times. Against Kalista, yeah, you can't really do the same thing because you can't get the feather pull through her because of the endless jumps that the champion has.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that Lazy in Life are actually punishing the blind Saya pick, not pairing it with the Rakan either. So
yeah, interesting.
The Saya as an answer into the Vi, obviously strong there. You have the ultimate as well for Ari, but then again, it's the mind game, right? Ari can try to wait. And of course, it could be difficult for cultists to follow some of the engages. But yeah, I'm happy that they decided to go for the Kalista, a bit more mobility. Can bail out the Ashe as well.
Yeah,
would have been like quite interesting to see this game, honestly, if they went for the Ashe AD carry and then the Kalista support. But I feel like it makes more sense for the players here to for Sim to be playing the Ashe, I believe. But I feel like an Ashe with that get out of jail free card into these champions would be quite powerful.
I think it's been a couple of times when Keria has played Kalista. It's been just Gumayushi can stand so far up and just seemingly get caught so easily, but then there's just a Kalista ult, and it's like you can create so many waves with the champion when you have Kalista behind you. Anyways, this time around it'll probably the Kalista ADC, as you said. But you can sort of do the same with Ashe as a poke support, just stand way too far up, you shouldn't be able to do on the champion, and then pull them away with a Kalista ult. And we do have the double health baits as we get on the Rift, G2 Hell on the blue side and Lazy in Life on the red side. A lot of I'm feeling pretty hyped about this match because there's quite a few champions that I'm excited to see in play. Like Skane, it's been mostly banned. Viego is always an exciting champion to play, and then there's Kalista Ashe bot lane, which obviously, MSI, we've seen quite a bit of it, but interesting to see it in the RPS.
Yeah, I believe T1 even played it today, right? I think but I think they paired it with the Varus, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have a pause, perhaps, or is it a freeze?
Huh?
There we go.
We're going.
Yeah, we're back. Nice. Yeah. I don't even know how many AP ratios this Skarner has, I'm gonna be honest. Going for the Comet and the Doran's Ring, so probably trying to out-sustain, I guess, the Cassandra.
Yeah,
Getting the extra mana region.
Yeah, I think it's mostly about the mana region. You do have in your W and alt, but those aren't like massive AP scalings by any means.
Okay.
It's mainly for the mana region, I believe.
Yeah.
To take the ring.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, the Doran Shield, Strato Grass as well. Gonna be hard to move. They're actually going for a late invader. I mean, they do have the Ashe and the Kalista, sure, but the Vi level 1, that's not the most powerful champion. It does also mean that Galtis and Colombo are gonna be very confident and very comfortable, let's say, in the bottom lane early.
Yeah, and they got the wave in a really annoying position.
Milkshake hasn't warded yet.
Yeah, Sheena's coming over level 2 as well, and does get the stun on the Milkshake. Flashes forward to block the Q away from Milkshake, and now Sheena should be able to run Milkshake down here. Obviously, now gets the stun, flash over to the
Besides the flash, actually, that's surprising.
Yeah,
I feel like it's dead no matter what.
Yeah, Colombo now coming over, and that should be a kill for Cultist as Milkshake goes over the wall. Does die to the turret, but first blood gold over to Cultist.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. They were spotted on the ward. They didn't even sweep it on the way in, so they G2 Hell had perfect information, and then just picks up a pretty free and easy kill, and that's a red buff as well for Cultists. Already taking the reset too, picking up the call, picking up the red buff. That's oof.
Yeah, very, very greedy. Level 1 play for him. Lazy in life. But well punished by G2 Hell. Kill with Cultist. Tidebringer has been able to get quite a bit of a farm lead over this back, but the extra gold, I don't think Cult is mines at this point.
Yeah, I think this is also like kind of a nightmare start for Lazy in Life, right? Because this lane is supposed to dominate, and then already getting an extra item in. Of course, Tidebringer is going to be able to base after crushing this wave too. But yeah, and such a rough start, honestly, for this lane that needs to kind of stomp, right, to prove its value.
Yeah, and a few times talked over in the NLC Division 2 cast, or heard casters talk that Cultist is one of the players that you're looking at in the G2 Hell lineup to potentially take those carry shoes over and take the game over. And well, now you've given the perfect opportunity for her to do that with the extra couple of hundreds of gold that they got in the level 1. Other than that, nothing too special going on. Lanes pushing in. Shaw is quite far up in the mid lane, but Milkshake still doing their first clear, so won't be able to punish that quite yet.
Milkshake is so far behind. It's 4 minutes. This is only the 5th camp. Missing Krugs as well. Super far behind. Gonna be a late level 6 as well for this fight.
Yeah, Sheena also taking those crabs away, so or Krugs, so we'll be losing a little bit of that farm in the top side as well, as there's a pretty big wave coming towards top side. But yeah, diving Sante, even a flashless one, is gonna be quite hard.
Yeah, I was jokingly calling the MVP of the group stage the top lane turret, because so many dives went wrong. I felt like, especially into Gragas, Aatrox, those kinds of champions. I don't think you want to dive Ikazante with a tank and a level 4 Viego without items.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna actually go into a spot side, as Lazy Life are posturing quite far up, and Cultist takes a ton of damage, as does Colombo. Milkshake is around for a potential gank here.
Though.
Yeah, has been seen, and stun lines from Sheena actually, but I don't think Colombo and Cultist are close enough to follow up with the here. So they'll be just backing off, and so will Milkshake as well.
Yeah, Tide and Sim didn't decide to base earlier, so they're just trying to punish this lane as hard as they can. And you can see finally it's taking a toll on the G2 Hell HP bars, and also Cultist missing quite a bit of CS at this point.
Both mid laners actually also walking down.
Ooh, I think they started Dragon too. Still no Vi base if G2 decides to fight this.
Yeah, they should be ahead here, but no, actually. I think the bot lane health bars enough so that Colombo and Cultist just can't join, and Lazy in Life should be.
They're gonna have to base there as well, so that's gonna be another plate unless they find the flash all in. I think at this point you just have to cut your losses, right? Just take the L, take the base. Like you're forcing your jungler to just sit there permanently right now.
It feels like they're baiting the dive, but Lazy Life has decided that it's a whole different play for them.
Finally done with the dragon with no items. Mountain dragon as well takes quite a bit of time.
Ooh,
Colombo gets... like look, even if they decide to dive, it's.
But now Milkshake actually finds Sheena on the other side of the wall, and now both mid laners coming in through. Shaw also gets a lot of damage on the Milkshake, but the flash now doesn't get away as Sheena takes the kill once again, and that's now twice Milkshake overextended and punished by G2L. Yeah,
Sheena obviously flashing earlier in the level 1 or level 2, so has the flash up already. Milkshake still waiting on his P-ball though.
Ooh, P-ball goes forward. Cultist goes really low, but doesn't get taken down. Still, P-ball goes forward, tries to get something. Sheena will fall, however, and so will Colombo. And Shaw almost trying to get people back, but I don't think the Ignite is enough. Yeah, Ari survives. Shaw now will get slowed down.
Milkshake, you don't want this? Look, Milkshake is running the wrong way.
Yeah, Shaw will need to flash away, I think, here. Yeah, so that's two.
Milkshake was in position to punish this.
Does land a Q and a lot of damage coming through, but a nicely placed shove from Shaw stops Milkshake on his tracks.
Indeed, and then Milkshake gets greedy again. Oh no, this is not good Milkshake game.
Gets the stun, but no instant follow-up. Milkshake does get away, but once again that flash burned, and another few minutes without that one.
Oh, Sim is actually greeting for the plate. No, he's gonna get back in time. Finally, Tidebringer gets his first base off, 2 kills. Picks up the first item, just like that.
Full
No boots,
opportunity.
nothing else. Straight into the opportunity, I believe.
Yeah. Full
Yeah,
on onto the opportunity.
So going for the lethality, opting in to just keep punishing this lane. 20 CS lead, obviously the kill and the assist for Cultist helps, but yeah, it's gonna stay rough for a while until they can try to unlock their bot lane a bit more.
Yeah, looking at how the map is going right now, both junglers on the top side, crops are up, so if either side wants to go for those, they are ready to be taken, but the other side really going for them as we are heading on to a replay here. We can see the failed dive attempt from Milkshake. Nice charm from people onto Sheena, but that won't be enough as the flash comes to follow on device demise. And the second part here.
Then Tidebringer just, even with 0 mana, they win this. And being 4v5. But yeah, Tidebringer just able to get the autos out. Sim as well. Probably Sim, honestly, more important in this one with the slows.
Yeah, and people just barely able to get away with the Ignite from Colombo not being enough. Sheena on the top side, taking the grabs.
Milkshake actually used ult while we were in the replay.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Can't really see any cooldowns on the other side burn for it, so... Well, that's a cooldown spent from Lazy Life side. Only 2 of those grabs taken by Sheena. So won't see all 6 used. As we see the
return to bot lane. Ah, okay. Yeah. So they actually got a kill in the mid lane, yeah?
Yeah. I was thinking that was it 3 kills, but yeah, actually yeah, they
we go back to bottom lane as we do when we have the double range support with Halo Blades and Lethality. No ultimate still though for Milkshake. If he did have the ultimate ready. Yeah, Sha is also on the ward. They're just playing respectful, and Peeble is getting back into mid lane, pushing that out before potentially. Oh, that's aggressive.
Engage on to Lazy Life's bot lane, but that will be Colombo taking down immediately. Sim does stick quite low, but not enough damage on there as Peeble comes in and takes Cultist down. Sheena should be able to get away here, and that's 2 kills from Lazy Life. Very aggressive try from Colombo gets punished this time around.
Yeah, feels like they underestimate the Kalista ult there, honestly. I feel like Sim never was in any real danger. Tidebringer can just press the ult button, so even if Milkshake isn't there, I feel like they can just kill Colombo, but yeah. Gets a couple of cooldowns out, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, even with the early game going, well, very early game, level 2s and such, going over to G2 Hell, Lazy Life have been able to mass a 3k gold lead here, as everything since then has gone their way. Tidebringer with 3 kills, and both People and Milkshake also getting on the board.
Yeah, meanwhile in the top lane both sitting at even farm, just building tank items, doing their thing on their little island, and in the bottom lane it's complete havoc. Of course, you're supposed to have a lead with this bottom lane, right? Playing the double Halo Blades, double lethality, supposed to be super painful, and yeah, that's what happens when you blind Xayah like this, and then decide to blind support as well.
Yep. Also, gets the Dragon 4 Lazy Life. Second one of those, as both People and Milkshake are looking towards the bot side. But now, Bill off the play. Sim and Tidebringer will be looking for this turret now.
Yeah, looks like G2 has given up on trying to bail out their bottom lane. Sheena taking enemy raptors instead, but Milkshake is ready for the dive.
Also the battery.
Ooh, I believe they don't know that Cultist doesn't have ult yet.
Yeah, they could have gone for the dive maybe there, but Cultist fast enough on the wave clear to push Lazy Life back. Also, Sha was ready to ult whenever, but once again, the play is starting to get set up as the Sim and Tidebringer are pushing up, but as their jungler goes away, they decide that maybe we should chill a little bit and pull away from
Ooh,
the turret.
milkshake again. Are you gonna get spotted? You have a ward this time.
Yeah, this is
they have good vision control now. Oh, that vision played the tricks on me.
Shaw, not quite. Excuse me, Sheena not quite able to land a stun on the milkshake, so no play to be had there.
Will get taken. Lazy will be able to run a bit on the map. 3.5 minutes until the next dragon. The grubs are still up. Herald spawning soon. Really want to push this in though. Talia should be able to move first here with the ultimate.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Doesn't want to come over. Lazy Life, however, to get that wave pushed in, and G2L just will be able to clear their part away, so no harm done either way there.
Alright, full resets then. We are at the 3k gold lead, the Herald spawning. You can see Lazy sending their bot lane into top. The top laners just, yeah, I guess our job here is done. Takes the base and then heads to the bottom lane, to the opposite side of the map again. Yeah. Lysia staying though. Maybe they want to try and catch out Lazy before they're ready to respond.
I think Lazy Life. Oh, Colombo walking onto Sim here.
Ooh, Sim. It's scary though, he's face checking into this.
A stun comes on to Tidebringer and they engage from the side of Colombo. That's dead. Kalista instantly as the rest of the fight is also going through here. Strato does quite low go, but not quite enough damage on the side of G2L now. Xante going forward as the ult from Milkshake takes down Shaw, and now ult coming from Xante to get Kaldis maybe down here. No, just root onto the Xante, now damage coming through. Lysia able to take down the Xante. And Lazy Life need to get away here. Sim quite in trouble, and Sheena goes forward. Heartbreaker and Flash used to get the kill. And that is, in the end, I believe 3 kills for the side of G... 4. Actually, Tidebringer already back here, so maybe going for more Milkshake and Tidebringer. And G2L actually respecting this
really
and
wants this.
Get off.
Yeah, I think they need to back off. Lazy, Lazy already back on the map. Short death timers, of course, but yeah, I believe it was a 3-for-1 there in favor of G2L. They finally learned from the bottom play. Don't go for the Ashe. The Ashe is bait. Go for the Kalista. Kalista doesn't have ult. It's no, there's no Thresh on the other side, so they can't save each other. The Tidebringer goes down early. That's a big shutdown. And then afterwards, you can see Sim stuck in a pit for a while. Meanwhile, Strato just buying, just keeping 4 members occupied casually as top laners do. And
yeah. Well, that's going on. We have also...
We have to go back. No, okay.
Not quite yet. Yeah, call this nice route onto Strato and then able to take down the Xante with all the damage from the rest of the team, and Sim here in the end. Sheena, Flash and Heartbreaker to take Ashe's heart away.
Good to see though that 20 seconds later the Xante finally dies.
Yeah, just another Xante moment. And with that, G2L only 1k gold behind, so closing that differential quite nicely there.
Yeah, dragon spawning though. Quite a few flash has been burned, obviously. Only Cult is actually having her flash for the next fight on the side of G2, and then P-Ball has a lot of playmaking, of course, with his. Seems like Lazy has the setup here though. This can be good for G2. Strato, if he gets better in.
Cult is also around there and nicely suppressed into the feathers of Cult.
It's a good punish.
Strato.
Good punish by G2. Often you just see the AD carry run straight to mid lane for the dragon, but yeah, deciding to make the play in bot instead. Smart. And then Sim is
Heartbreaker over from Sheena onto Sim, and Sim just the Ashe gets blown up on the other side. Shaw, however, does get taken down by Milkshake, and now the White should fall here as well. That's the shutdown for Cultist, and going over for Dragon now. And once again, G2L, they lose one, but they gain a couple on the other side. Also the Dragon for them.
That's a pretty big moment for G2. I feel like they finally cracked the code of Lazy. They kind of need to be ahead lately with these champions, otherwise they will start to lack damage at some point. And with the Viego especially being this strong, the Skarner being able to just build a pure tank like this, it's gonna be rough. I feel like for Lazy if they keep giving picks like this.
Yeah, especially when you're going with a lethality ADC, you're gonna be
exactly.
You're gonna be feeling the tanks later on. You don't even have a mage that really likes to burn through tanks. You have an Ari. It's gonna be rough to play into the Skarner and Rel later on, as we have the replay from that bot lane play of
Super
G2L
smart play
falling down onto
of
Lazy.
sending cultist bot here. Lycia baiting it in. Obviously Strato taking the all-in, and then you have the Skarner ult, right? Getting the tank out early makes it so much easier for G2 to play into this Lazy company. Don't have the Kisante keeping 4 people at bay.
Yeah, and then just continuing the fight over, seem a little bit separate from their team. But so is Sean, that's punished from the side of Lazy. A little bit, however, 3 for 1, and the Dragon for G2L as well. As we should be live here, yeah, that is correct. Still the gold graph up for a moment, or the gold, player goals, no graphs here to be seen. Big gap on the jungle department for the side of Sheena, but also Tidebringer still quite a bit ahead of Cultist in the bot lane.
Yeah, like you're saying, people is strong, people is ahead. But especially especially Sheen on this Viego is gonna be hitting her second item after the next reset, I believe.
Yeah,
the top lane too, with the Tab is already just building up the HP bar. Who's gonna kill this Skarner? I don't know.
Looks it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very hard for Lace to get through that health bar.
I feel like Lacy is gonna have to start playing for picks soon with Asher, with especially their combo of Ari and Vi. But if G2 plays respectful, they are right now. They don't really have to do anything at the moment, right? They just have to play back, catch waves, wait for objectives. It feels like, because the longer this game goes, the better it is for them, I feel like.
Yeah, that is very much true. As we see, now G2L taking some control of that top side. We always don't have Baron just right now up, as that's still 35 or so seconds in the future. Lazy Life with control at the bot side, as we can see the vision control from G2L. A lot of that around Baron, none really for Lazy Life there, just the... as we're having an engage combo, hands on the milkshake, Sheena comes in with the stun as well. However, the Vibe survives for now, but the Kalista doesn't. Tidebringer gets taken down. Now Lycia finds the Vi, and that also should be a dead Strato. No all-out use to save himself, and taking down Colombo with him. So that's a couple of picks for G2L. Lazy Life do get one back as they want to... Yeah, G2L not able to really take anything with this push, just take more control of that top side river now.
Another good fight for G2, and this them being proactive as well. You can see it's almost impossible for Tide to deal any damage in these fights. Every time he goes into range, he just gets CC'd and has to try to get out. But yeah, you can see like the lethality as well already kind of falling off. It's looking rough for Lazy Life to be able to do any damage. I feel like they have to start looking for picks at this point, but G2 are making it hard for them.
Ooh, we have a lot of feathers flying just only towards the wave. I was getting excited if we have another fight here, but yeah, that fight, even if the first part of the engage didn't land on the Tidebringer from Colombo, the secondary part, Shah just somehow able to find the shove onto Tidebringer, and the Kalista is pretty dead in the water at that point.
Oof, yeah, I don't know. Look at the items as well. Milkshake obviously a bit behind, right? Is going for a more supportive build. No Black Cleaver. Tidebringer still just stacking lethality. So all of the armor picked up on the other side. Several Tabi and the Seekers as well for Shah. I don't know if Lazy can find much here if P-Ball isn't making a hero play at this point.
Yeah, a lot of those eggs are in the P-Ball boat right now, as she'll be the only one who can. He'll be the only one who can really take these champions from G2L down, as they're trying to look for Colombo, but
yeah,
able to get with that, get away with that.
Looking for a pick.
There. Cultist actually just gets charmed.
They do get a teleport out though. That's pretty big. If Strato is able to pressure on side now and they can actually use their TP advantage, then yeah, that's potentially a 4v5 for Lazy. Dragon spawning as well. Let's see if Sha is going to match top lane afterwards. She's the one with teleport still.
Just standing around.
No one heading top right now, so I guess G2 just want to look for a fight, look for an engage, try to find a pick, and then yeah, turn it into a dragon. Because right now Strato is just hitting top lane for free.
Yeah, no one to stop Xante as now they seem to be G2 rotating over Cultist and Sheena and Colombo.
He can just teleport out, and then yeah, that's dragon. Pings on the Baron actually for G2. I don't know if they do this fast enough.
Definitely
but
not with
at the same time, Lazy are respecting. They're not doing the dragon.
Sim gets stunned, but easily pulled away by Tidebringer. Lisa looking for something, but no, just no targets from Lazy Life as the stun comes around from Ash onto Colombo. Strato now working as the frontline, all out used on Lycia, but the old two-man only from Lycia. She'll be taken down as Lazy Life now ready to turn around. Cultist already Featherstorm used. Now people going forward. Strato does get taken down by the Heartbreaker. Sheena going forward. Tidebringer also failed as that's 2 kill for the Viego team. Then people both really low and that's a triple kill for Sheena. The Viego doing a lot of work as Lazy Life decide they want to turn this around, but G2 Hell, they turn the tables once again. And find the fight, also finding the dragon as Milkshake still behind the dragon, bit looking for a potential steal.
Yeah, at some point Lazy just runs out of damage. I believe when Peeble isn't able to hit the charm here, I feel like that's when the fight gets rough. They have to spend so much time taking out this Skarner, but yeah, the other side of the fight is just untouched. Good ult by Cultist, not getting knocked in by Strato, and then it's just easy pickings.
Yeah, the second wave engage from G2 Hell enough to turn the fight, and Sheena just able to do all the damage needed, and seeing people in the end here, the charm not quite able to stop the Viego. The Viego is gonna be a problem if you don't have damage to take down the tanks. Sheena will be able to get those resets in the fight. However, even if G2L has been able to find a couple of those fights, they're still behind in gold, just a little bit, 600 gold in favor of Lazy Life. But it feels like at this point, the gold difference, it could be 600 or 2k in either favor, and I don't think it will feel at all in these fights.
Yeah, G2 are definitely ahead at this point because of the comp and the lethality stacking champions versus armor. The only real advantage Lazy still have is Peeble. But it's really hard for him to find anything. He has to be careful to get CC chains, and he has to respect the Talia E especially. So without having his flash right now, he's gonna have to respect. Looks like G2 are just playing for top lane turrets at the moment.
Strato looking for something, but does get spotted out by the pink ward, and G2L.
Ooh, P-Ball is in the bush. Finds a chunk at least. Colombo has her crown shield. Lycia going in though.
Yeah, that's once again on the seam. Just ultimate use from Kalista to save the supporters. Now people going forward, charm onto Shaw, and that'll be a pick onto Shaw. Lazy gets one. Now also Strato looking for a flank as Sheena does get over the wall with a blast cone. People not quite able to find the Viego. And that means one pick for Lazy Life, and they'll be turning over to the Baron.
They're actually starting the Baron, okay? I feel like G2 can still try to go in here. Tidebringer having the yeah, I don't know about this one. They look for the turn, but they don't really have the tools.
Oh, Milkshake going forward, but doesn't land the Q on anything. Lycia fairly low here, but no. Oh, now Q Flash coming in, and that's a usual from Colombo, double ult also from Lycia, and Cultist is quite, now does get CC'd around by Strato and does get taken out. Sheena has taken one kill, but will he be able to find anything more? No, she will not, and that's in the end 4 more kills for the Lazy Life, even if they did lose their ADC in that second engagement.
Wow, I thought that actually looked good for G2 for a moment, but then K'Sante does K'Sante thing still in the backline. Felt like Lazy lacked tools to make the engage stick flash queuing with just with the Y, right? And then Colombo also able to split the fight up. But even with the double Skarner ult and the split fight, the Cassandra especially, I believe, must have been able to just chew through the backline of G2 and Cultis going down, and that's Baron for Lazy in life.
I'm 100% sure if Cultis had ult in this fight here, as we can see now. Where's all stars? Lycia taking a chunk of damage and then Milkshake deciding to go in.
Yeah, I guess Skarner is just too low in the initial fight, and there's obviously no real damage follow-up into what Colombo is doing. Yeah, just unable to do anything there, Cultis goes down.
Yeah,
well done by Lazy in life.
Even if she had ult, I don't know if she had time to use it, as just stunned into displacement into stun from the side of Lazy in life. Well, Lazy now take the control back, they're 4k up, and also that Baron now on their side. They should be able to push these waves forward and maybe take a little bit of that control back in this game.
Yeah, looks like we've used all teleports. So Sha, the only one feeling confident being in top lane right now. The arrow goes pretty wide, let's be honest.
Yeah. All this also dodging the charm, so she'll survive, but the turret next to her does not. Lazy, they're still firing those shots, looking for potential picks. Without the Ashe ult, it'll be a little bit harder, but all the time just looking for potentials for going in.
Even Milkshake pushing on the bottom lane at the moment. And Shy is still staying top actually, they're just giving this dragon. But looks like Tide and Lazy wants a bit more. Just brute forcing this bot lane turret. Able to get it as well. That's 2 turrets in quick succession, and they will see Sha still staying for the outer in the top lane and be completely confident. Just 4-manning the dragon. Strato taking an early reset.
Yeah, I think G2 Hell has a way to answer this Drake, and that will put Lazy in life on 1 away from the soul. As G2 Hell now Ashe ult lands onto
They don't want to go for this though. Yeah,
I don't think that's the target. And with that, resets all around. Barons nearing to an end. 40 seconds still, but this should be all that Lazy in life will be able to get away with that purple bufferino around them.
Yeah, only have 1 turret here, G2. I feel like this is something we saw quite a bit of in the Division 2 as well, that they were unable to find set up their lanes in the proper way so that they could actually push turrets when they get something. Of course, they've gotten a few dragons here, right? But yeah, only 1 turret in this game felt like they had taken over control in. It's definitely rough.
Indeed. Lazy in life now setting up those waves once again. Just now running out of Baron, so they will need a... Well, this top lane turret, that should be able to fall without Baron, but however, well, Strato goes forward, tanks it for a moment. Ashe ult now coming through on Lycia, and the engage comes through. Actually, just pulling forward, and actually takes a bit of damage, but Cult is not quite fair enough to thread to the Xante, but that's ult from Lycia, 2 ult from Strato, and the turret falling down from the G2 Hell side.
Yeah, again, Lazy just brute forcing, not scared of the Skarner ult when you are playing a champion like Xante. Able to just I don't know if that cancelled the suppress or if he just dodged it, but either way, able to get out.
It looked a little funny, so I think I honestly don't know what to think. Riot Games interactions.
Yeah, we are on the new patch now on live servers where Cassandra got a small buff,
no.
so you know.
Oh no, I haven't touched the league until the newest patch. I hope everybody's ranked grind is going well. I'm not going to be doing mine on this patch at least. I'll wait a couple of patches.
Yeah, lots of changes, new preseason, but obviously we are still on the previous one here. That's P-Ball just chilling.
Yeah.
Oh, waiting for some gold, I guess. Yeah, got the blighting jewel.
Yeah, that's the magic pen item. I know the name. Anyways, Lazy Life, just playing it slowly. They don't really need to rush this. They already,
Yeah.
I think they got over the biggest hurdle, which was, G2L being on the upper foot with their composition. Now Lazy Life should be fairly comfortable, knowing that they can already deal with it if they just find the correct pick.
Yeah, Tidebringer picking up finally some armor penetration as well.
Yeah.
Milkshake still building full support though, but the P-Ball finishing his Rabadons has 10 stacks, Dark Seal. They were lacking damage before, but now they are no longer, and they should be able to one-shot at least most of the targets, excluding Lysia.
Yeah, that's gonna will be very annoying, but if they get around it, it'll be fine to find these fights. We're still 20 or so seconds away from Baron, Lazy Life with full control over that top side of the G2L jungle, so G2L need to be careful and go in as a group as they are currently for getting some vision back on their side of the jungle.
Yeah, Lazy don't have to be impatient and play for this Baron though. They have the soul spawning in 1 minute. They've already taken hold of the outer turrets, so and the inner turrets. They're posturing still, making it hard for G2 to step up and get back too much control, but I feel like they should just be playing for the dragon.
Sheena is standing off against Strata, but both sides decide to back off for now, and it just goes back to wave clear game really, which Lazy Life do have the superior comp for.
They are still hovering towards the Baron actually. At least some of them, I believe Strato maybe just heading to top lane.
Yeah, both solo laners in the top river here.
G2 are eventually gonna have to. Sim's gonna have to get ulted. Yeah.
Yeah, and now Milkshake going forward onto Sheena, and Columba also fighting on the backside. A huge ult from Lysia, but no way to follow from the side of G2L. Cult is not really being able to hit anyone as Columba gets melted down by Lazy in Life. Now fight going forward as Strato tries to find something on Lysia. People, nice flash charm onto Cultis, and the Xayah not able to use Featherstorm once again. And Lazy Life
looking for the end, or at least double inhib.
Yeah, they should be. There is enough time, I think, for them to end if they want to go for it.
I mean, then they should be going for mid and not bottom inhib. So I believe it's just a double inhib into the Dragon Soul for Lazy Life.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see a replay of this fight once again as G2, they think they have the advantage here. Sheena just try and find something on the scene, but the Kalista ult that we've talked about so many times.
Yeah, and then they're able to just go onto the really fat Viego, engaging as the Viego and then getting one shot. Of course, they suddenly start to lack a bit of damage, right? Cult is doing her best, of course, Sha as well, but with the Viego gone, the resets gone. Ooh, actually G2 are on the Baron. We have to go back to live.
Yeah, and now seems nearby.
Strato on the flank. Yeah, they're just gonna back off and go for Strato. Or is he able to ult out? He is.
All out on the Lysia, and Sim gets ult, so G2L can't follow through here. That should be a death corner. Yeah, that is. And now Lazy Life just looking to push forward. Now Kalista ult for the first time this game used aggressively as no, actually Sim backs off, doesn't want to throw themselves in, and that means Lazy Life now once again in full control, but G2L still they tried something, not quite working this time around.
Such an annoying champion to deal with this terrain, Kazanta. If you're standing too close to the wall or even get knocked too close to the wall, then yeah, Strato just finds chooses one of a G2L's member and brings them on the way out. Able to pick off the Skarner, double inhibs, Dragon Soul picked up, Baron picked up as well. Lazy Life, not even resetting, just heading towards the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, what are they resetting for? People's Magi's? I mean, that's really the only upgrade they are missing right now. So
yeah.
But yeah, anyways, they are going in as a group.
Cultist did have time to push out bot though, unable to complete her next item unfortunately, but buying themselves a bit more time. Gonna have to be wave clearing for a while. Versus the Baron buff minions as well.
This will
But
be
yeah, the bot wave
very
being
annoying.
pushed that far out buys a lot of time.
Also the fact that there's the...
Strato.
Actually, once again, on to Strato, Lysia, and Sheena to the final.
Yeah.
And once again, the same thing happens. Colombo now stuck on the wrong side of the wall while that's going on. Lazy in life are pushing the top.
No, maybe they can collapse on the 3-man.
Can they? Can they really? As Milkshake's going forward, call this time. Featherstorm is used. Milkshake will get burnt down. In the end, the wife falls, as has the rail as well. 4 on 4 for now. Shot looking to cut off someone. People does have the final charge of ult to use that defensively. Strato buying some time, but Heartbreaker does slow him down a little bit. He's not able to get the CC down, and once again, Xante is a fun champion, man.
Yeah, does have the ghost as well. Really balanced summoner spell, can just run it off, honestly. Milkshake going down there, but they're able to trade for Colombo at least. That's 3 inhibs now. Probably just want to end the game as soon as possible. Don't want to give Cultist and Shah more free time to farm.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Say that though. Tidebringer heading towards the Krugs.
You know, but first let me take a Grog camp.
I mean, his full items. I don't know if he's buying something for his boots, but
I don't think. Yeah, not
farming.
quite enough gold.
Just
to get
really want to
those
wait for
numbers
Milkshake.
up. I mean, yeah, they should be strong enough to just walk up. There's still 40 seconds left on the Baron buff here. As we see how the rail got felled in the last fight. But nothing too special there. As now, yeah, people already up with that wave.
Yeah, but people has ultimate still, so it's completely fine. They are taking their time though.
Yeah.
Taking jungle camps. I guess Tidebringer really want to level 17.
Yeah, that's the only thing they really lack levels at this moment. As Strato is, oh, let's see, not quite able to land the ult as Charm onto Lysia.
Here comes the swarm though of minions. G2 gonna have to either just go, and they will.
They will onto people and Sim, but no follow up as Colombo gets quite easily taken down as had Sheena, and now it's just a havoc in G2 Hell base as Lazy in life rolling over them, and that's well, not quite clean ace. Milkshake has fallen, but that's 5 for 1, and the first Nexus, Lazy in life, takes the first game of this best of 3 series.
Couple of hiccups for Lazy in life. Fell a bit behind as well at some points, but in the end they were superior in the later stages of the game. Able to find picks, able to navigate the fights well, especially with champions like Xante giving you a few cheat codes for the fighting navigation. But yeah, pretty decent end at least to the game and for Lazy in life. And as you say, it's only best of 3, so only one more game for Lazy in life potentially to win, and then G2 has to win 2 in a row.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Lazy Life looked terrible throughout the game. They had a moment in there where they were ahead, it felt like, but then Lazy Life won that one fight and it was just, you know, all downhill after that. But anyways, I think with that we should go for a little bit of a break, and when we come back, it's the game 2 of this series, G2 Hell vs Lazy Life. Be right back. Hello and welcome to back Lazy Life versus G2L. Game 2 about to start. Lazy Life obviously taking the first one down. At times it looked like G2L could really put up a fight, but in the end it wasn't enough for them.
Yeah, close early game. A couple of advantages, of course, as well.
Gag.
But in the end, unable to make it stick and pull through. In the end, felt like they had hit the point, had hit critical mass. But then, yeah, a couple of picks, a couple of mistakes, and then Lazy Life getting a lot more from their picks than what G2 was. Of course, stopping the dragon stacking, nice, but no Baron, not a lot of turrets, and yeah, in the end, unable to keep it going.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen too many Dragon Souls in this tournament, anyways. And even if you could, like G2L, could get two of the dragons away from Lazy Life, we still ended up in a position where Lazy Life were able to close up on that Hextech Drake. And you know, when your base is getting hammered by Baron minions, and then also the Hextech Soul Poke, it's gonna be really rough to do anything into that. And I think Lazy Life showed that even with a suboptimal draft into what enemy team has, you can still pull it off if you just find the correct picks and can work around with what the game gives to you.
Yeah, especially with how they play with their Cassandra pick, right? Just ulting one of the members back, focusing them down, and turning most of the fights on its head like that, making it hard for obviously Cultist and Shah to follow up when one member gets picked off with the Cassandra.
That wasn't once or twice. I think it was at least 3 times where we thought, okay, Xant is getting picked off now, and then suddenly it's either Colombo or Alicia flying towards the team. Surely this time, yeah. It was always one of those tanks just flying with Xant towards the death, and it was well, it was refreshing. It wasn't as one-sided as some might have thought, but at the same time, Lazy Life, they showed that they didn't really care that Sunday happened and they might have lost a certain Norwegian championship there. But anyways, they coming off with a win over there and hoping to meet up with Bitfix Gaming this upcoming weekend. But that's still a lot of ifs and buts. 3 Nexuses need to go down in favor of the Norwegian teams for that match up in the semifinals.
Yeah, G2 opting to stay on the blue side for the next game. So interested to see if they want to change up much in the draft, or if they think it's more of an execution thing. Obviously, the Cassandra especially was a big issue, and of course how the bot lane went. I feel like the blind Saya, of course, it's like nice into Vi, right? But if you can't get a good bot lane matchup, Ashe is open. They did ban the Varus, right? So that's one of the aggressive, strong lane bullies with Ashe open, with Kalista still open, and then also getting down to pick felt like it may even with a lot of missteps and G2 punishing well in the early game, they were still able to pull through.
Yeah, as you said, like G2L in the early game when it felt like a milkshake and Lazy Life were maybe a bit overstepping their boundaries. G2L was able to punish those plays, but then bot lane Tidebringer I think was 20 farm up at some point and then 3 kills up. It was like you were okay. You made some mistakes. You were punished for it, but in the end it didn't matter because your ADC just instead got a huge lead and it felt like a Tidebringer. Okay, those mid-game fights when G2L were looking to taking the game over, Tidebringer was the one that got taken out of those fights quite early on. So maybe that was something that changes. I don't know. It felt like
the engages when they decided to go for the Kalista instead of the Ashe, like previous iterations of Kalista lanes when you have like the Thresh and the Kalista with both able to save each other, right, with the Lantern and with the ultimate. Of course, the Ashe doesn't really offer much for the Kalista apart from a few slows. Able to make those engages stick. T-Ball, however, was untouched for most of the fights, I believe.
Yeah.
Had to flash defensively a few times. I don't know if it died. Maybe it died once. But apart from that, he made big difference in the extended fights when they especially were able to get that first in the fight.
Yeah, and a lot of the times when Strato wasn't the one who was chasing down Cultist and making sure she couldn't deal damage, it was 10 people who was doing that job, and just even with the Xayah getting some items, she wasn't able to really take those fights away, since it was always either Xante or Vi or Ari or someone was running them down. So G2L not really able to play for their win condition in that ADC that was is very strong in those skirmish type of fights. We're still a little bit away from draft, I believe. But anyways, any changes that you would make specifically if you were the coach of G2L?
I mean, Kazanta is the obvious answer, right? I also don't like the Saya blind pick. Always hated it, kind of. So I'm really happy to see that they punish it in draft. So yeah, I mean, they can like if they want to just first pick the Varus, they can do that, right? They ban it. Maybe with Lazy in Life having all their bans, maybe they're banning it as well. It's an option, of course, but yeah, I feel like you need a bit more agency in the bottom lane, and probably just don't give the Kazanta because that champion is just annoying and unfair.
Yeah, now G2L coaches you can
several times.
Yeah, true. Well, anyways, we're now on to draft. Maokai once again taken away as the first ban from the side of G2L, and nothing too surprising there. Same played it, I think, both times it was available for him during the group stages. At least once has played it, so there's that. Also, Alistar, one of more prior pick towards him. Skarner taken away by Lazy in Life.
In general, it's the Alistar or the Maokai whenever available, so surprising to see him on Ashe this game, but of course it makes sense into the Saya, right?
What's the worst that could happen?
Second round of bans. Orion also taken away from B-Ball, and the Jinx once again from Cultist. Varus finds their way back onto the ban list. So G2L at this point haven't changed anything. Lazy in Life really only adding that Skarner that was the missed ban, so would one say, from the last draft, and then I believe the third ban was I actually don't remember what it was. Well, anyways, we're gonna see what they're gonna ban third here.
Yeah, quite remember either when Ari was banned. No, wait, no, of course not. It wasn't. Yeah, I just don't remember. So sorry about that. We did have some issues, of course, with the pick ban. But yeah, interested to see what they decide to first pick this time, with the Skarner being out.
Yeah, maybe if they want to go to the Xante.
Wow, okay.
Rumble. Okay. Huh. So something they played in the Eagle Esports Cup, I believe that's the game they lost, but something that's seen quite a bit of play as well, as support in MSI by certain Keria, but is a strong top laner right now into certain matchups. Sure.
Yeah. I don't know if they play at support. I would assume that they can flex it somewhere, right? If they want to pick it this early. Lazy are taking a bit aback by this, but yeah, okay, we're going for the Seraphine comp. Potentially looking for something like the Olaf, something like the Belvet, especially for Milkshake, then I would assume.
Yeah, I'm immediately starting to think about those Belvets and Olafs that really like Seraphine in their team composition. I wouldn't necessarily pick the Belvet here because, well, it's R3 is probably the most likely place where you'd choose it, but I'd look maybe towards those contested picks. Talia is something that's really strong with this. Actually, Xin Zhao, okay, that's something that I didn't expect.
Makes sense with the Seraphine, of course. It's just we've seen, at least I have seen so much of Milkshake's Belvet. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Sheena pick up Viego again, good into Xin Zhao.
Yeah,
of course, they can take the Nautilus as well if they want. Makes sense with the paired up with the Rumble, and that also means we're most likely seeing Rumble in, well, at least topside. Expecting the Nautilus to be a support. It's been a while since we've seen any Rumble jungle, I feel like, but I still think you can play it. Not that they maybe want to into the Xin Zhao, but in general.
There's this Finnish jungle who really likes his Rumble jungle, and the one way that he was broken in the Finnish Pro League playoffs was people started picking Rumble into him in the channel. So that's a way of countering it. Anyways, Tristana for Shaw, I believe.
Could be bot lane as well when you have the Seraphine on the other side. So you can just, I mean, probably get poked a bit, but you can survive the lane if you want to play Tristana bot here. So definitely an option for cultists. Not that often you get away with playing Tristana unless you're playing for a heavy kill lane, and with the Nautilus as well into Seraphine Alistar, I feel like you should be able to play this bot if you want to.
That is a very good point. You can you have a lot of burst damage, and Seraphine generally does pretty weakly against that. But also, you've just picked Alistar on the side of Lazy Life, meaning that probably Seraphine will play pretty far back, and it's okay to just miss a couple of minions just to wave clear the waves away, and Alistar will be free to do whatever they want on the map. Silas ban, as is usual against a team composition with Alistar and Seraphine. You don't want to give those very powerful ults over to him. Aatrox banned away from Strat, or something that we've seen earlier in the RPS by him. He had a really, really strong showing on that champion.
Yeah, so that's one of the good pairings with Seraphine. Olaf still on the table, of course. G2 can expect something like this and pick good disengage options, good kite options potentially. The Viego is banned out now though, since they opted to take the Tristana on 3.
Yeah, it's a very precarious position where the Viego has now been taken away. What does really Sheena have here that can now be played against that Xinjiao? Obviously, she's played. Yeah, Volibear is something that you can play. She's played in the past. She's played Wukong, which is also something that can go into that backline of Seraphine quite nicely. But I don't really know. Camille taken away from Strata as well. So some of those carry picks from the top lane. But yeah, still at Olaf, for example, open. I don't really know how Olaf would go into Rumble. And Xante, that's, yeah. We started the draft with a lot of talk about Xante and then just forget that it exists.
Yeah, this is a completely different draft as well, though. So, yeah, they're still on a lot of range, especially if this way gets locked in. Could also go for something like a Nocturne if they want to. I believe that's what they played last time they had Rumble, but yeah, still a lot of options for G2. They have to decide now on where to take their draft.
Okay, yeah. In the end, we're going for the Hui pick here. A lot of range, as you say, that G2 has now drafted over Lazy Life's composition.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably looking for Jungle here as the final pick. I'm not trusting that hover at all.
I mean, unironically, into the Xin Zhao, Alistar, Shaco is not a bad pick with boxes, but I'm not expecting to see it, of course, and they already have a lot of AP damage, so yeah, the Vi makes complete sense with the Rumble ult especially.
Yeah, also Vi can engage into that composition of Alistar and Xante doesn't really care that they have CC. You're gonna get that engage through anyways. Interesting to see what Lazy Life will pick as their last pick, because they need quite a bit of damage to round out this composition. Right now, you don't really have a carry champion there.
Let's see where the Seraphine goes as well. In theory, they could put it mid, but Talia is still open at this point in the draft, I guess. Obviously going to get outranged by the Hui though, but just such a strong pick in general. Strong pick for P-Ball, able to split up the fights. The Hui, of course, a bit immobile as well, even though, all of Lazy are semi-immobile at least. I don't know if you count Kisanta as immobile in that sense, but they have a decent amount of tools to split up fights and be able to perhaps survive the initial engage with the Rumble ult, and then perhaps go for a counter engage with their own Seraphine ult.
The thing I'm looking at this Lazy Life composition is that oftentimes teams nowadays, they can fall in this place of that they have too much AD damage and no magic damage at all. I feel like Lazy Life has the exact opposite. They have too much magic damage and no physical damage to speak of. Like, Xante will not do a ton of damage in the later stages. Xinjiao, like, if you go for a damage build, you spike off pretty nicely in 2 items, but after that you're just gonna not really scale at all with extra items.
Yeah,
So it's
does
really
have the support at least of
yeah,
the
true.
Seraphine, and yeah, I mean if he gets kited out, has to waste his ult early, then yeah, it's gonna be rough, right? We've also seen how much damage Cassandra can do in the backline
Yeah,
just pressing ult,
that's
and
true. That's true.
of course, but I somewhat agree with the Sin sometimes having a rough time, but if they're playing their fights well with especially the Seraphine buffing him up, then he can also be quite deadly.
Yeah, we'll see how this game goes then. I just think once again Lazy Life have if last game they dug up themselves in a little bit of a ditch after the draft. This time I feel like that hole is a little bit deeper than your regular motorway ditch that you're driving by. But anyways, G2L also looking at their draft, it's not the most commonly seen. You have a lot of well, you have Nautilus as a frontliner, and then after that you're really kind of you blow up your things on the enemy team, and that should be enough. But we'll see where this game goes. As actually, Kalt is running a TP on the Tristan on the bot lane, so matching Tidebringer's TP.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interested to see if I mean, seeing some level 1 stuff. I'm not even sure. Do they want a lane swap perhaps when there's the or are they just looking for an invade? I guess they're just looking for the invade. Strato not having a flash perhaps could be a target, but Lazy as well on the other side, doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, both teams just walking into enemy red side to see if there's anyone there to pick off, but no targets to be found. Only vision to be laid down. Only actually Lazy in life. Not even dropping a ward on the other side, while G2 Hell have a ward on the red side.
They could still go for lane swap here though if they want to when they have the AD carry with Tristana as well. Good at taking turrets, and then Tidebringer obviously has some wave clear at least after a few points in queue, but yeah, opting to go for the normal lanes.
Yeah, I think I don't think we've seen any other lane swaps in the RPS except for the first day. So it came in hot, and after that we haven't really seen it at all. On the MSI, on the other hand, I think we've seen like lane swap like every other game. It's kind of crazy how prevalent they are in the meta there, but also at the same time, I feel like they're a little bit figured out by teams at the pro level. You do sort of the handshake of early game, and after that it sort of returns to normal-ish state.
It's often down to a lot of the execution on the dives, especially, and then what kind of champions you have that can survive the dive, like especially the Zac, right, and then Cassandra as well, one of the stronger champions to survive such things.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. However, here, as expected, Khaldis and Colombo taking over pressure in the bot side, as Tristana lanes usually do, and Seraphine can't really match that level 1. Especially with an Alistar, I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. Top side also, Rumble, pretty strong level 1 champion, has been able to get a little bit of push there, and both junglers just on their merry ways clearing their own jungle. Sheena has been spotted by Lazy Life, that must be said.
Both botlanders missing a few CS here and there. Both cannons, I believe, as well. Unfortunate camera timing, as we do see Colombo unlocked. Should probably just look for a flash trade.
Yeah, Sheena also ready to go on to people if...
yeah, I mean, P-Ball obviously knows about it, right?
And now comes...
Yeah, good job.
Ooh, nice flash also from people to dodge the...
Yeah.
I mean, that hook was gonna miss anyways, but nicely times flash anyways from people.
Yeah, like P-Ball knows it can happen, right? And then Colombo as well knows that P-Ball knows, but she can still trade the flash, and that's a good trade, of course. So I think it's a worthwhile trade for G2L.
Yeah, especially on Natalia, who's
really...
Ooh, Lycia. Can she get away from this one? Milkshake does get the knock-up, flash comes through. Strato not able to find any follow-up, and now actually Colombo pushed towards their own Lazy Life's turret, but quite a bit of damage taken, but no enough damage yet on Tidebringer and seem to kill the other, excuse me, Nautilus.
Yeah, well, we'll see Sim. I think Sim kind of wants to flash in there, but back to mid lane. Rato not having the Q stacked, so...
Shot flashing off, so that is another nice
I think
flash
Sim
burn
is
from
still
mid laners.
looking, yeah.
Going on to Colombo, and that's a lot of damage, and this is a first blood over to the bloodthirsty cow of Sim. Kaltis should be able to run away. I see the top side, Lycia with a solo polo on the Strato.
Yeah, well
We're
done.
completely missing that one, but there was a lot of things happening in mid and bot lane, so we'll forgive that to our OBS.
Yeah, has the Ignite, obviously. Able to get the
Yeah.
solo kill and the wave. She would have wanted to thin it a bit more, but just has to take the reset.
Yeah,
See
as
what
we
happened
see the
there.
solo
Strat
kill
is
here.
just greedy for trying to get the wave crashed. No mana.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has cookies.
No real mana to speak of, and Lycia
Yeah.
just burning Strato down. As trivial as the 1v1 can get, really, for the side of Rumble, just running enemy down with the Flame Speeder on.
Yeah, he did get hit by the first E, and then, yeah, that spelled his demise.
Very much true. Some magic resist now gotten by Strato as well as Lycia with the blasting one, so yeah, that's gonna be a hurtful lane for Strato for a moment now.
For sure. Obviously, that's kind of Rumble lanes as well, right? Just yeah. If you ask a top laner how is this Rumble matchup, and then yeah, it's basically just, you know, depends on jungle. Is Rumble able to play up? Is Rumble able to play aggressive or not?
Okay, we are on a little bit of pause. Yeah, it's a bit of a interesting start to the game. Both sides really like trying to find some control, but not too much of a lead for either side just yet. Actually, kind of interesting that the Nautilus was the one. Well, I mean, Tristan pushing in, you get the early roam timer by that, but not really any move by Sim out of that lane yet, just yet.
Yeah, won't be unlocked quite yet. Did get the first blood though, so probably able to pick up some early boots at least. But yeah, I mean, after that one, Colombo taking a few, or at least one portrait gets knocked down, and then Sim obviously having the Ignite. Easy follow-up damage from Tidring, able to take Nautilus down. Not the end of the world, of course, but you want to avoid it if you can.
Yeah, it's the freaking bloodthirsty cows from support position, always taking the kills. Sim here.
Always lucky.
Always lucky. And with the Swifties here as well, so
yeah,
he'll be looking to roam a lot. And as we've spoken before about this specific pick, as the face rush will be running around a lot in those fights as well. As we have a roam from both.
Be a good counter gank though, but Shaw is out of mana.
And that's a nice shot from the mid lane of Lazy as well. And shot does go low and does go down as people tries to ult away, but no, not quite able to get away as Sheena gets a kill back, and 1-for-1 in mid lane as both sides spending a lot more resources. Milkshake going forward as well as Sheena does give away. Engage coming on to Colombo as well as Sim gets the stun, and not enough damage to follow with it either. And
yeah, you can see Sim with water walking and Swift is just sprinting around in the river. Milkshake wants more though. I don't know if this is the play. If you get hooked here, this is scary.
Ooh, Milkshake does get hooked. People coming in with his ult, but I think Xinxiao should fall here. Not quite enough damage. Sheena flashing for try and get the finishing shot, but no. Sim, another one for the bloodthirsty cow. That's 2 kills for the Alistar.
Oof, yeah, playing on the edge there, Milkshake, able to just get out. Sheena wants to flash and finish the kill, but didn't have anything to auto.
Ooh, Sim, another one, flash pulverize onto Shaw. Root not quite able to come through. Does give a shutdown over to the way, and Bivol in the end gets one for himself, but yeah, shutdown gold over to Shaw.
Yeah, does lose the wave though. They already used the teleport in the previous play, so still worthwhile, I would say, for Lazy in Life. Of course, sucks when you get a few kills on the engaged support and gives the shutdown over, but yeah. Oh, Cultist might be looking here, Tidring using cooldowns, but no.
Yeah,
decides against it.
Cultist not quite confident that can take the fight in in that wave as Sim.
Yeah.
The cow finds a way towards the top side, and just as I said that we haven't seen the Alistar moving around too much, he's everywhere. Alicia holds the wave to get some gold back, and this time around Sim. Also giving that the kill over to laner of his as Strato gets one for him. Colombo
Yeah, I guess Licia felt... never mind. Tidebringer gets the ult.
Shaw gets shoved by people, and that's a kill for Tidebringer this time around. And yeah, a lot of things happening over the last couple of minutes after we came from the pause.
Yeah, Lacy just keeps rotating on the map, clears out bot wave, Tidebringer goes mid. Sim obviously unlocked early, gets his mobility items, another one picked up. And able to punish Licia. I think she felt a false sense of security as the team was on.
Another one in the bot lane.
But there's no ult on Tidebringer. They don't have damage.
Yeah, Kaldis just jumps forward onto Tidebringer. Nice flash to get reset and does get the kill onto Tidebringer and Sim. This time around, the cow doesn't.
Always
doesn't
looking, but not looking at what happened mid lane. Tidebringer already used the ultimate, so yeah. Even if they go for that engage, not enough burst, I would say.
Hook onto not the same here. Does get pulverized Colombo, but not enough. Not enough movement speed for Sim to get behind for the head. But Milkshake coming around. Called is no flash, but still does have boss
ultimate though.
Yeah, no follow up by either side of Lacy, anyways.
Just gonna be the dragon then for Lacy on the tail end of the play.
Yeah, Milkshake should be able to take that solo. TP coming in from Cultist towards the bot side, but Lazy in Life's bot lane already on the wave and pushing it in, so Tristan won't be able to move over, and Peeble has also gotten the push in the mid lane.
Strato finally buying some decent items into the rumble as well.
And that's also, yeah, we were talking that there's a lot of magic damage on Lazy Life's side. Well, there's also a lot of magic damage in G2 Hell's side, especially if you're playing the top laner as Strato. I don't think Vice damage is something that really matters to you when there's a rumble on your lane, and also Tristana won't be hitting you until maybe 20 minutes in this game. You can even
nullify a lot of the damage from the Vi, right, with your W as well. So, gonna be a while until Cultist has enough items to deal any meaningful damage to Strato either.
Yeah. So for now,
looking here though, cancels his base Milkshake.
Going over to Colombo, and Cultist also joining the fight. Now Sheena coming over with their ultimate. Tidebringer gets onto Colombo with their ult. Now people coming over with the wall. Can she find anything? No, Colombo just barely getting away. Well, there in the end, people does get auto attack in to take the numbers down.
Strato teleported as well, though. That's a bit of an overcommit from Lacy. I think Cultist should be able to get out here. Yeah.
Shake.
So that's free turret damage for Lacy on top lane. Honestly, from all of that, only one kill going over to Lacy. Not the end of the world, and Lacy are getting at least a plate and denying some top lane.
Shot. Looking for a Milkshake. Sheena is also nearby. No ult for her though, as Cultist jumps forward. Doesn't get anything else there in the top side. People has TP'd around and gets a nice shove onto Licia. Also kill number 3 for Talia. Sheena and Colombo looking still in the bot side. Hook, nicely blocked by Sim. Pulverized comes around, and Milkshake also joining the fray. Nice, Winnie becomes lightning. Sheena goes down, and Cultist should get out with a jump. Colombo is the next target, and that should be a very, very dead Nautilus. Also kill for Milkshake, and yeah, a lot of things happening. Lazy in Life are quite a bit prepared to take these fights.
Yeah, running away from the games as we do see the teleport into the top lane. Licia. Yeah, well, also wave at least gonna get most of it. Probably missed the cannon, but people, good teleport punishes the play taking and farming by Licia.
Yeah, just a nice macro movement there from people, and Lazy Life overall. Yeah, finally. No, but yeah, Lazy Life, they have been able to answer everything that G2Hell has done. Maybe with a little bit of too aggressive movements at times with that TP from Strato into the bot lane, giving Lysia some of that free time. But then people answering with their TP towards the top side, so getting something back there. Anyways, for now, almost 4k gold, 3.5 for Lazy Life, so G2Hell really need to start looking for a way back into this game.
Yeah, finally able to get his base off as well. Milkshake got interrupted a few times, but he picks up a few kills for the trouble. Kind of looking for a dive, but Sim is here blocking.
Yeah, Sheena just gets locked down under the turret. A nice Anchor from Tidebringer as well. And Sim just single-handedly making that play. And I in the top side. Milkshake, a little bit of a dive onto Lysia, I believe. Lysia getting one back in the mid lane. People not quite able to shove shot onto those mines. And in the bot lane, we go back as Cultist gets stunned by the cow. And Tidebringer, kill number 4, Colombo. Trying to run away. Sim should have cooldowns back real soon here. Yeah, there's the Pulverize and there's the headbutt. Also blocking the hook and Tidebringer. Yeah. This will take a while, but Nautilus should be dead here. Yeah, that's kill number 5 finally for Tidebringer. And I think we're gonna see the top lane dive here. Yeah, as we see Strato and Milkshake preparing Lysia to get even here.
So who takes aggro here? Is it?
I think that's Strato.
She's actually able to take Milkshake down. Oh yeah, drops aggro just at the last third shot there, and Strato obviously wants to clear the wave. So well done. Yeah. Buys a lot of time. Makes them have to wait.
Okay. Oh, that was close to be a double kill for Lysia. Oh, but nicely played by Lysia. I was surprised how long the Rumble survived there.
But back to live, we can see why Sim loves this Alistar pick and is super confident on it. Just picks it whenever he feels like, and yeah.
Ooh, Milkshake.
They outplayed the 3v2.
Knock up on the Colombo, but I don't think there's enough damage. Yeah, the turret's still there, so maybe Milkshake, a little bit of PTSD from the top dive, doesn't want to go for one in the bot lane. Oh, they're going for mid, however.
Ooh, yeah, Sha no flash. Sim uses his.
Using his flash, and yeah, Sha just shoved and thrown around by Milkshake, and people, no way that Hui is gonna survive the play.
And then she misses the bot wave as well, Cultist, because of the mid teleport. And Strato just instantly teleports bot to take the turret.
Yeah, this game, Lazy Life, they're showing up. They are absolutely demolishing G2Hell around the map. It's quite rough looking if you're a G2 fan here, as that's already almost a 6k, well 5k, again with the almost too much 5k gold lead for Lazy Life. However, G2Hell does get a head out here, so maybe some gold back as they're looking for a top play as well, but Sim around means that G2Hell will be pulling out of this play.
Yeah, you can see especially in the mid lane a huge advantage already. Tidebringer as well. Cultist running around with quite a full inventory, but no completed major item yet. Stacking up the Cull, has the early boost as well, but doesn't quite have the damage just yet. And objective bounties have already spawned now for G2. Ooh, maybe looking for a flash, Hex Flash Column. Yeah, on vision.
Yeah, people able to take away from their S now. Not quite able to find collapse from Sim. Cultist and Sheena both able to get away as now Colombo. This is a very dead Nautilus. I'm sorry to call it out, but I don't think I don't think Colombo is getting out of this play alive. People playing with their food does in the end get a kill for their troubles in time.
Nice dodge on the W from Talia at least. Colombo, and does grab the attention of a few Lazy members for a few seconds, but yeah, not a lot going in G2Hell's favor at the moment. Lazy just taking over the entire map, just running around with them, it feels like. As we see again.
Yeah, people, old store stop and Lysia once again, holding the wave, Milkshake around. Enough to deal damage. Enough damage from people alone, but I'll see once again in the mid lane, this time with a Hex Flash. Sha, however, able to dodge out of the damage from Tidebringer.
I think they're looking for the dive though. Milkshake on Vision.
Yeah, Columbo playing as a
Did get the
Guardian
W
for...
on Sha.
Shaw does get away, so that's a little bit of time that Columbo bought enough to get away from that turret, but they will lose tier 1 in mid as well.
Yeah. Still have one more teleport left, Lazy. Oh, looking for the bounty. Keltis. I think she might just try to dive for it. Yeah, she will.
Yeah, does jump forward to get some of those minions as well, but Strato will be able to take this Tristana down. As there's Sheena going on to Tidebringer in mid lane, Anchor laning onto 2 as we see the picture-in-picture cultist going down in the bot side. Sha does get taken down by Sim, also actually headbutting Columbo to safety, I think here. Not quite able to run the Nautilus down, and in the end, yeah, Sim with a little bit of support all love there, saving their colleague on the other side of Rift.
Yeah, the wall a bit thinner than what Sim was expecting. But it feels like just everything going in Lazy's favor. At least they get the bot lane turret and bounty gold, but Lazy are still just snowballing and snowballing and snowballing. They're not letting up. Just keep running around the map, keep ulting around, teleporting around. Oh, Sheena, no ultimate.
G2 looking for something. Columbo doesn't quite have his ultimate back either. Nice ult from Lysia to do a lot of damage to Tidebringer, and that's one kill for Cultist. Cultist going forward, but that gets shoved aside by people, meaning that this... well, they are still looking for a Sim. That wasn't a Hex Flash buddy, as forward goes Columbo. Strato, however, turning around.
It's another one.
Taken down, but that's a second kill for Cultist. Now, however, that means G2 Hell will need to run away, as Lazy Life do get 3 of their own flash forward from people. Actually, nice fear from Sha, meaning that the counter engage of the counter engage will be warded off by G2 Hell.
Yeah, but that's not bad though. Cult is getting a lot of gold here, able to get at least 1 bounty.
Yeah,
so we do see the play again. Lazy being a bit greedy with her recalls, getting caught out here. I believe Tidebringer got hooked by Columbo.
Yeah, as we see the ult coming down from Lysia, that's a lot of damage. As we see picture Cultist going for another kill. That's already 4-2-0 scoreline for the Tristana, so no replays for us, just more action. But yeah, the hook from Columbo on to Tidebringer. Nice ult from Lysia to slow Lazy in life down to get some gold back.
Yeah, I don't know if she based even. She might have another item. Oh, as we do see the Baron started though, but this is P-Ball and Tidebringer. They kind of want their K'Sante to tank this, but...
Yeah,
oh, Sheena, are you gonna check it? No, you're doing the grub. Or are you? Covering top. Well, they don't expect it.
Yeah, that's a really Baron for Lazy Life. With the composition that you look at and say this team shouldn't be able to take Baron before 25 minutes at least. But yeah, Strato now target for G2 Hell potentially here. Lysia and Sheena looking for something. Milkshake is around to maybe help their top laner, but for now, they're actually going for a Milkshake.
Does have a flash though, but can he get to the wall?
Hooked, knock up by Columbo and Sheena knocking back, but there's not enough damage to kill this Xinjiao. Now Cultist on the wrong side of the terrain, and Noise all out to stop the jump from Tristana. Strato once again showing what all out can do, and this K'Sante isn't fair. Another kill finishing off Sha here, and they are just going forward. Lazy in life here. Lysia gets taken down. Not quite triple kill for Strato, but another one for the side of Lazy Life. That's 4 kills as Sheena is backing off on the wrong side of the rift. 4-1, and the push keeps coming.
Just when G2 were finding a bit of hope, Cult is getting a fully completed item as well on 2 items, and then sneaking the Baron while Sim is still in the death chamber. Nobody checked, they didn't expect, and they didn't respect, honestly, the Talia damage. I think we saw Team Liquid as well doing the same thing earlier today, sneaking a Baron with a surprising amount of Talia damage, single target on monsters.
And we see a replay of the play on the top side. As we thought, Strato might be the one getting picked off, then turn onto Milkshake.
Also join earlier.
Yeah, and here we see the damage just coming back from Lazy Life. A huge ultimate from Tidebringer as well.
Milkshake's ultimate buying so much time to Cultist not able to get into the fight in the end. Kisanta, being a fun and interactive champion, does his thing. Milkshake flashing on Sha, getting her flash out. Believe Milkshake does go down to Lysia in the end, but yeah, they pick up 2 more kills.
Yeah, and Lazy Life in total control of this game. They just they've gone a little bit of monkey mode in this game, one could say, just completely fighting permanently and getting a lot of those early.
Oh.
There's been some deaths on the Rift. That's Cultist and Colombo taken down. Also, yeah, people has fallen.
Well, people had a huge shutdown as well, lost some stacks, but yeah. Stuff has happened. Sha no flash from earlier. I don't know if they want this though, do they?
3 on 4 on the other base, but Sha gets taken down early. And nice knock up once again by Strato. And they go on to Lysia, all out used, not quite enough damage, and the Rumble gets to base, but Strato still working through the G2 Hell. Of course, Escalaba, I don't know, can you kill it? Back coming in from Cultist, excuse me, the respawn coming in from Cultist, and that's a kill.
Yeah, another shutdown. 3 items, Cultist. I don't know. I mean, of course you're super far ahead still, but like...
You're giving Tristana quite a bit of gold here.
Yeah, you are.
Sheena doesn't get knocked around, does want to go for the ult to maybe slow down the enemy team, but G2L not strong enough or quick enough to come and follow that play as a topside turret.
Yeah, Sheena was a bit alone there, sitting on 1 item. Gets the flash out.
Flash from Tidebringer. Colombo trying to get something with the hook, but...
yeah, that's a 3 item Terrapin, so you know, kinda have to respect it.
Yeah, it's starting to look like Lazy are a little bit playing with their food with those 3 on 4 dives in the pot side and the top of whatever that was.
I mean, you still have to be careful though when you are playing comps like this, and well, of course there aren't that many tanks on the other side, so...
Sha walking forward, people deals a lot of damage. Call is looking for a potential
she might go for this.
in here. But whilst that's going on, bot side inhibitor has been taken down.
Looking for the flanks below.
Yeah, Lysia is down, and actually they are going for...
Sheena can go for the ult here on Tide, and they can try to go... Yeah, they do.
And Cult is also coming from behind. Ult on Xante to buy some time, but that I don't think Tristan is allowed to hit any opponents here. However, Wei gets 1 kill. Now jump on 2 people. That's a kill for Tristana. Colombo does go down here. Yeah, in the end, as Cultist is being run down by Strato and all out used. That should be a dead Tristana. Yes, that is. And 3 on 1. Sha should have enough wave clear to buy enough time for Lysia and Sheena to spawn here.
Cult is doing her best, trying to keep the game alive, but Kisanta with the swiftness boots as well, just running her down in the end. Able to get a couple of kills on the backside though. Getting close to 4th item, but yeah, this front line still very much annoying and has to respect every time. If she ever gets caught by any CC, she will just get 1 shot.
That is very much true.
We're not in Sweden quite yet.
No Reckless on the Rift. We have a Swedish ADC, but we don't have Reckless, sadly. So it's the same champion actually as well. Huh, I just now realized. Nice call out, nice callback. Anyways, Baron on the Rift, Milkshake, and actually Sheena getting the blue buff. I don't know if that's the game-winning play as Milkshake. Yeah, doesn't decide to go any further. Colombo is behind. Off. Yeah, that's a TP flag from Tidebringer, I think, and Colombo does get chunked down quite far. People should have enough damage here. Yeah, that's once again the bloodthirsty support Sim getting a kill. And now Lazy just looking to push this game in. All of their members have joined the chat, and the engage comes through. Not enough for Sheena to stand between those Nexus turrets to maybe defend, and yeah, Lazy in life. They have been dominant in this game too. Cultist does ult Xante in the base, but all out to safety, and that's the series. Lazy in life 2-0, and we'll move on to the semifinals of NLC RPS.
Yeah, not even the fountain laser is enough to kill this Cassandra. Unfortunately, still has the ultimate to get out. And as you said, a dominant performance by Lazy in Life in game number 2. Signs of life from G2 Hull. They were still trying to find a few picks. Did get a few shutdowns. Cultist getting a few kills, but yeah, in the end, just too far behind, unfortunately, for G2 Hull. But well done to Lazy in Life. 2-0, ready for the next stage.
Yeah, unlucky timing with me choking up here, but anyways, the game ended. That's the most important, I think, for Lazy in Life as they move on to second stage. Second round of knockouts. Hopefully, they probably hope they're gonna face Bitfix, a team they already have demolished in the Norwegian league once already. But yeah, Bitfix free fall later on today. As I think are we waiting for a interview? Do we have an interview coming? Okay, yeah, let's have a break. So a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back with one of the players from the winning side, Lazy in Life. Hello and welcome back to interview with the winning team's coach, Ige-chan. Welcome, and congratulations on the win. One step closer to NLC second division. How does it feel right now?
Thank you. As you know, we tried to promote from RPS a lot, and I hope this time we will gonna break the devil's leg.
Yeah, indeed. You either next round you will be facing either against the other Norwegian team in Bitfix Gaming or the Free-Fall gang? Do you have any? Obviously, Bitfix probably a more known factory for you, but do you have any info on those teams? Who do you think you might be facing on the next round?
We, if I'm not mistaken, we played against both teams, and we played a lot against BFG, especially in the playoffs. I thinking that BFG will gonna be winning the series, like 3-0 or 3-1, and I would like to make a Norwegian derby on the semifinals, let's say.
Yeah, dominant performance by you guys, especially in game number 2. But game number 1, some things happened. What went wrong and what went well in game number 1?
I think in game number 1, our comp was to play a bit more slow, because there is Viego, and we don't want to give them 4 free picks. And every time that Viego can get the reset, it's just making harder for us. And most of the times that when one of our players tried to engage it, we never had a follow-up, and we gave the first stack to Viego, the first ulti to Viego, and then everything collapsed, especially in the mid-game around whenever we were left and right clicking around Nasher's side. It happened a lot, but lately I think we made a really good catch and we luckily won the game. But the first game was way closer than it should be, It shouldn't be that close in my opinion. The early game should be way easy for us because it was an Exodia draft. Because Kalista Ashe is very good prio. We do have a really good top lane. Cassante should have helped play against Skarner a bit better. But in the end, 2-0, a bit messy, but I'll take it.
Definitely looked convincing, I would say. And yeah, as you've already said, you've faced Bitfix before and are expecting to face them again. So wished you the best of luck in the upcoming series. Hopefully as well. I hope for a Norwegian derby.
Thank you very much. I hope the same.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah. Anyways, so that's congratulations once again to Lazy Life moving on to the next round, either against Free-Fall or Bitfix Gaming. That will be the next series of the day after break, which I think Clover and Duckling will be coming to cast for you guys. So after a short break, it was a pleasure to be here for this NLC RPS. Thanks from me to all of the viewers, and hopefully we're gonna see a lot more banger League of Legends from this side of the ecosystem as well.
Yeah, thank you for the RPS. I had a blast, very enjoyable. Thank you to all the teams, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see the next game as well.
Yes, bye-bye.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the NLC RP. Yes, it is time for the last quarterfinal here. We are only missing one representative to go in to the final four. And Clover, for you and me, none of our teams even made it this far. So we are now, completely unbiased because we can't be cheering for our own teams because we suck too much.
I mean, I can't say I'm too unbiased here because, as Teb said before the tournament, the most important thing is that Sweden will lose. So hopefully a bit biased, but I'm happy with anything, to be honest, right now. I'm just too sad about the Finnish team losing, but better teams make it through.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say. I guess for you guys, it must be disappointing since you did finish top 4 just last time around. But let's turn our attention towards the teams playing here today. So for this final quarterfinal series, a best of 3, may I remind you guys, it is Bitfix Gaming up against Fritfall. And looking at the bracket, if you hadn't watched or didn't get to watch what happened just before on stream, G2 Hell have been eliminated from the NLC Division 2 to Lazy and Live, who beat them 2-0. So far, all of the series today have been a 2-0. And I don't know if this graphic, has read the script or anything, but it's been the teams on the right side of the graphics that have 2-0 so far. So, maybe that happens here today. I will say, though, if you look from a non-biased view, Bitfix should be the favorites, coming in as the first seed from their group, while Fritfall made it out on a 4-way tie with a score of 2-4. A crazy group over there in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really cast it because I was in the other group casting, but really tight both groups in my opinion. But I think Fritfall has a chance here, but it really depends because all the teams look up and down, but Bitfix has looked really amazing in my opinion, even though they have been the first or second seed of Norway.
Bitfix are the first seed from that group.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So Norway always strong in these tournaments, but I'm really excited to see what Fritfall can do against them.
Yeah, I think they certainly can do something, right? They did knock out the Danish second seed representatives in DMG, and I will just correct myself. It was not a 2-4 scoreline, it was a 2-3, but it was a 4-way tie. And it's just insane to look at. Fritfall, DMG Esports Denmark, Hooties Gaming, obviously, your team Clover, and Elio Esports all sitting with that scoreline. So excited to see what Fritfall can offer. Certainly a competitive group over there in Group B, to say the least, as the draft has now kicked off. It is Bitfix Gaming on the blue side, Fritfall on the red. And, right off the bat, Bitfix Gaming targeting Lofty here, removing both the Udia and the Evelyn.
Yeah, and Fritfall removing the Skarner, which Hatsu has played on really well. And I respect the ban here. And Ash and Varus both really strong at the moment, and Viegos has been a really high prio in this tournament.
Yeah, so more standard bans, you could say, from the side of Fritfall here, while the targeting has been left for Bitfix. They now have the chance to first pick. Excited to see what they come up with. I think in the moment, though, the meta that I've been seeing, there are quite a few possibilities here. Yes, there's something like the Varus has been taken away. But down in this level, obviously this is between division or the National Leagues and NLC Division 2. So between that, we are seeing some meta picks like the Jinx, but we are also seeing players confident enough to pull out their pocket picks and, flex it a little bit and try and break the meta with some unconventional picks. At the moment, though, with how this draft is progressing, Clover, we are seeing very meta here. Likely a Lucian Nami, I would assume. And that will be locked in likely here on the second rotation. So now it's for Bitfix to respond to that very strong 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah, it will be a really hard lane to play for Bitfix's side. I don't know what they want to pick here, because do you want to go scaling something like Melio here, or do you want to go something engage and maybe trade some kills like Nautilus? But I realize Xinja here, it has been a mark on this meta, and they pick it.
I think that's actually a really good point. And Sao, just one of the most consistently common to see junglers in the current state of the game. Really like it as well. Offer some good engage, offer some decent utility as well. That Crescent Guard, the ultimate, really, really annoying for those long range carries. And Fritfall already looking 2 long range champions in. Now, though, it's onto Energy. Probably the most storied player we have in the NLC RPS this time around. Obviously played at MSI back in the day, 2015. That is nearly 10 years ago now. Unbelievable to say that. Very, very storied player. Has also played in Denmark. he locks in that Lulu, which is something he can play, but will likely go towards that support role. The question that then begs for me, Clover, is do you then want to try and go for some lane swap scenario if this is a Lulu Jinx bot lane, or what do you want to try and do here?
I would really love to see a lane swap here. I don't know if the teams have really practiced it a lot because it needs a lot of execution to probably work here. So it's really hard to say if the teams want to do it, but I think it would be great here. And I really love the Jarvan pick here because you have 3 immobile champs here. So you can lock down the Jinx really easily.
Yeah, I very much agree with that, right? A lot of going forward power here so far on the side of Fitfall. Engage, certainly not lacking at the moment, and damage is there as well. The K'Sante ban, I'm gonna be honest, very happy to see that. I assume Bitfix Gaming were not, because they instantly, or I don't know if they did, but instantly the draft seems to have evaporated before our eyes. Let's try and keep in mind what we saw so far. I do assume that is still what's going to be picked in the next rotation, or when we then redo the draft. I assume there are some technical difficulties. But I want to go back to the point we discussed about before, because I think you're raising a very good point when we are talking about the lane swap, because while it on paper might be very good here, are the questions or are the teams trained and skilled enough in pulling this off? Because, while I do think we have good players here, we have to remember, we are not in the NLC right now. We're not at MSI. We are watching between Division 2 and the National Leagues in the NLC, and there is a limit to how much these teams get to practice, and practice in lane swap seems really hard if you want to make it, work.
Yeah, you can see it in the highest players and the teams. They can't even execute it probably always. So it's really hard to say. And also, it really depends on how the other team responds. Because you can counter the lane swap really easily by moving your bot lane mid to the start from the start, then put vision up in top side, and then you can see if they move up and you can match it. So it's not easy to pull off, but they can if they have practiced it. So that's the big question here, in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm being told we are just redoing the draft. I assume that's not anything that is going to take too long, luckily, for you guys out there. We should be getting into the game sooner rather than later. I will keep you guys updated if any more delays occur. Regardless, though, I think you're completely right. There are definitely opportunities to play this, and if they pull it off successfully, it would be really impressive because, as you say, even, in the LEC at MSI, we've seen this fail before. Like, or lane swaps aren't a complete guarantee. But let's try and zoom out and look at the full picture so far. We have, and I have to try and remember this because we don't have the draft in front of us. It is the Lucian, Nami, and Jarvan on one side, while it's the Lulu, Jinx, and in the mid lane. Did they lock in the mid lane? What was the third pick? It was Xin Zhao, yeah. So they've locked in the jungle. So we have jungle and bot lane locked. And just by those three, I think both teams in scenarios can seem happy. But who would you say have pulled ahead so far in terms of the draft?
It's really hard to say because it really depends on what Bitfix picks in the top and mid lane, because they have a really weak bot lane and the pressure on Lucian Nami is so big right now. The thing that helps is Xin Zhao, you pointed out his ult is amazing in fights, but it can also block the culling, which does so much damage the later the game goes. So it helps a bit, but seeing that they have 3 immobile champions, and the other team has Jarvan and Lucian Nami, the 3v3 both side is really big, and Fritfall have an advantage.
Yeah, let's just redo what happened before. We are going to be, from what I am aware, just continuing where we left off. The draft obviously had to be redone, so you are seeing some things you've seen before right now on the screen in terms of the bans. But we were just about to head into the second ban phase when the draft was interrupted. So now we can see what is in front of our eyes again. And I think you're making a very good point, right? It is a very immobile team on the side of Bitfix Gaming. Yes, someone like Cody will have the chance to, with the Crescent Guard, stop a lot of the damage coming from outside that little zone, or all the damage from outside his ultimate zone. But as you say, the Jinx, the Lulu, very mobile. If you catch them out, they will likely go down. And yeah, I very much agree with that point. Let's get back to where we are. I think that is it. We are now where we were before. Let's see if the ban will be the same. There might have been a mistake there. Who knows exactly what went wrong to try to force us to have to redo the draft. So I'm going to forget all about the K'Sante ban until we potentially see it again. There it is. And if we go back a couple minutes, I was talking about how I really liked it. I'm just tired of seeing Cassandra in competitive play, to be honest, Clover. It's simple as that. But the Orianna is the follow-up from Bitfix.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the focus bans will be, because I see the Cassandra ban. I like it, but I thought they would want to force the ban from Bitfix's side, Fritfall, because Cassandra is so strong at the moment. That's why it's so high prio. But they seem to want to focus on the top bans, banning Jax also here.
Yeah, so with the Jax being taken away, Hatsu is put in a not a rough state, but I mean a few of his achievements has now been taken away, and it's at the very least trimmed down just a tiny bit here as the draft phase or the last ban phase is about to unfold. So Fritfall keeping their attention on the top lane, trimming that pool, while Bitfix Gaming trimming out the mid lane pool. This could be hinting to me that Lulu might not be going support, while I think that is by far the most likely scenario. Energy in the past, obviously, as we talked about, has played MSI, so a very long competitive career, has pulled this out and has shown good play on it. So it could be something up their sleeve if the draft really needs it. Regardless, though, that Renekton is locked in, and oh wow, Clover, that's a composition that wants to go forward, right?
Yeah, and really strong early to mid game on the side of Fritfall here. I'm interested to see what Bitfix picks here. The Syndra is also scaling, so are you going full scaling here? Because you need to survive the early to mid game here, and it's really scary against Fritfall's champions.
Yeah, I very much agree. I think, yeah, of course, the Syndra has good damage scales, well, as you say, but it's yet another immobile champ. You have the Scatter the Weak to buy some space, but with all the engage that there is on the side of Fritfall, if you use it correctly, yes, maybe you stop that engage, but they'll be back shortly to try again. The Aatrox, the last lock in here, so a composition from Bitfix that certainly won't lack damage. I think the same can be said about Fritfall so far. Neither of these teams seem really too bothered about picking a traditional full tank, and that trend will continue with the mid laner being the Aurelion Soul. Damage a plenty in this draft.
Yeah, and I really like the Aurelion Soul pick here, because your team is now a really heavy mid game team. The Lucian scales really well with the Nami, but still the strongest point of your team is in the mid game. But with the Aurelion Soul, you get good scaling also, and I don't think it will be the hardest lane playing against Syndra. All you need to do is not get caught on the stun if the Syndra is around mid.
Yeah, so these drafts are, I mean, aggressive, I kind of want to say, but I think that's a wrong statement to make about Bitfix, because they're not aggressive in the early game with this composition, and they want to scale up, as you've already said. But there is so much damage here. These team fights could very likely be over quickly once we reach the late game when the damage comes through, because it's just about who one-shots who, to be honest. So many squishies, and while we have a few bruises here who will certainly in the late game take a few seconds to kill, unless the Jarvan and Sensao goes full tank, the best you're having in terms of frontline is a Renekton, who's, yes, some frontline, has some sustain, but certainly not a full-blown tank. And on the other side, a Sensao who, again, yeah, you have the Crescent Guard, you have the ability to buy some space and buy some time, but you're not a full tank, so I think the positioning in the late game teamfights will be very important, because if you're caught out, you are dead.
Yeah, it will be really interesting how you can catch the carries here, because the Jinx can really pop off if the Lulu peel is great, because with the Lulu ult you can stop the Renekton flash, for example, if you can react fast enough. But the problem is, can you react fast enough? And I don't know, it really depends on if you can kill the carries here. As you said, the fights will be fast because nobody's really tanky here. The Renekton is the most tanky champion here and can heal, but I think he will get popped really fast too. So I think the game depends on if the Jinx can out-attack in the fights, or does she just get one shot.
Yeah, we're talking so much about these late game teamfights, right? But we have to remember, you have to get there first. And with the composition on the side of not on Bitfix, it is on Fritfall, of course. They're gonna fall hard if they don't win the early game. Lucian, Nami, you wanna win the early game. Renekton, you want to win the early game. Jarvan has the tools to help win the early game. And yes, you have something to fall back on, like the Aurelion Soul, but if you don't win big early, I think you might have to rely a bit too much on the Aurelion Soul, and I'm not sure that's the best thing.
I totally agree here, but I also think the Lucian will scale well with the Nami, but of course the strongest point, as I said before, is the mid game, and I'm really interested to see how Fritfall will play the early game here.
Yeah, and that's really what we'll be keeping our eyes on, right? I'm looking at Luffy in particular. Where is he going to go for the ganks? How is he going to move? And obviously the first question I want answered is, are they gonna lane swap? So far, doesn't look like it, and we'll get the answer sooner rather than later, as we are already 45 seconds into the game. And at the moment, seems like it won't happen. A reset has come through from Thug, and he's just walking back towards the bot side. Naxi is standing there. One of the few Danes still remaining in the tournament. Shout out to him. A very good player, I will have to say that. And that is not a biased opinion. He is very good at what he does. And I want to take this into the conversation of looking at the star powers on the rosters, right? I will say I am a bit more well-known into the Norwegian scene, having casted there for Bifrost before, than I am into the Swedish scene. But when I look at the players on this Bitfix roster, I recognize Naxi as one of the big talents a couple years ago in the Danish scene. Energy, as someone who's played at MSI, and Thug, one of the most consistent high-level players in the Norwegian scene for years. Like, those three in particular scream big star power, and to me, certainly set the precedent that this big Bitfix roster was built to make NLC Division 2.
Yeah, and before the tournament, many have said that Bitfix are the favorites to win the whole RPS here. And looking at the roster and how they have played, it's no surprise in my opinion. They have all performed really well, but I don't know, Fritfall is a really interesting team to match up with, because sometimes they pop off really hard, but sometimes they just seem to lose in random ways. But I'm really excited to see how Fritfall will play in the early game here.
Quick little engage here, obviously Renekton, as we talked about, wants to get ahead early. Doesn't have the best level 2, they're still a pretty good one though, and Aatrox certainly not one to fancy himself in the early game very often, with some long cooldowns. It is a very even trade, but both potions gets popped, and I think that is something that does favor the Renekton with that extra bit of sustain. As with our observer keeping our eyes on Luffy, I think we should do the same thing, because I've asked the question, where will he go? Pathing from top side towards the bot side certainly sends a signal of, I want to gank this Lucian.
Yeah. The problem here is that Bitfix's side has gotten a really good push here, and they have the tri-push warded. Thug is going to ward and probably spot here. So Luffy is in a big trouble, because Cuddy can now go counter jungle here, and their bot needs to move if they want to help Luffy here.
Yeah, this is not what I expected, to be honest, that Bitfix Gaming would be making these kinds of moves. I thought they would be a bit more reactive here in the early game, but certainly setting a bit of a precedent here that they're not afraid to make these moves, despite them not having the strongest 2v2, utilizing that pressure in the bot lane so well early on, and actually being able to handle the pressure being put down by a Lucian Nami early on.
Yeah, the Zinza is really strong though in the early game, so I'm not surprised Luffy doesn't want to play against it 1 versus 1, but I'm really scared on this bot lane, because the mid is...
I mean, this could be a kill, no? I mean, Hatsu heals up quite nicely, does have the level advantage, and a kill it might likely be, but for which side? It's hard to tell. The auto attacks are being traded back and forth. Where are the cooldowns? As the Q finally comes through, it forces the flash out of Kirei. These top laners are going ham.
Just 1v1 lane. both just want to hit each other and see who's the stronger one, but Hatsu really well played, doesn't use his flash and forces Kirei's flash here, but Luffy is trying to look here and can
he wants Hatsu. He has started his recall, but they know he hasn't walked back since they haven't spotted him on the ward. He should know exactly where he is, and he does not manage to stop the back. That was milliseconds away from leading to what would likely have been a first blood. Let's watch it again. That is insanely close in the picture. He flies away as soon as the damage lands. He lands safely back in the fountain. That is unreal. Genuinely unreal. As now we have a fight in the bot side. The Lucian army fancies their chance until they see Cuddy forced to flash away. First blood. Horror start for Fitfall as their strong side. Put behind early on. Luckily for them, though, it is not Nexi who claims the kill and gets the gold. It is Kudo instead. But as you said, Clover, Sin Sao, strong early on. Give him extra gold. He's going to be even stronger.
Yeah, this is really catastrophic for Fitfall. Because of the information that Hatsu got that Jarvan was top lane, they could make this bot play, and Fitfall played way too aggressively without the information about the Xin Zhao. Now you don't have any summoners top lane, you don't have any summoners on ADC, Nami doesn't have flash, and with the early game comp, which we talked about, Bitfix Gaming gets the first Drake, so they are in an amazing spot here right now.
Yeah, they are really, really happy with that, right? We're talking about Fitfall might fall hard on their face in this game if they fail to get something done early. At the moment, I mean, they're getting something done, but it's not the best kind of work, right? You're behind in kills, you've lost the first neutral objective. And while this by no means spells the end of the laning phase and your ability to try and get an early lead, it certainly puts a dent in it, as I assume we're about to see what happened there. And I mean, Fitfall, they're seeing the opportunity. They just didn't quite read where Cuddy is, because as soon as Omni goes, yeah, I mean, it's already over, right?
Yeah, and I like Cuddy uses the flash here to get the knock up. Just Jinx is excited, so you force the flash from Calm, and now no flash is in the bot lane.
Yeah, big cooldowns right out of the gate alone. And yeah, this is horrifying for Swedish people to see. And I think Sleeper might be turning away from the screen at the moment, because this is not a good start. All the neutral objectives going over to the correct targets. This, though, is a positive! The prediction with the flag and drag secures the kill for Loffe. And this will be 2, most likely a stock. Forced to flash away and barely escapes. That is the way back into the game that Fitfall wanted.
Yeah, Loffe just reads it really well, that the Jinx is alone, just forces his and the flash predict.
Does he want this? I mean, needs to be a bit careful. Seemed like he might have stepped up just a bit too far there, but in the end, backs off. And I mean, I'm getting nervous every time we look out towards this top lane. Kudo is here as well, and Fitfall able to punch back. Good to see that they are, you know, by no means out of the game. Still very even. We'll likely see a bit of gold swing here as Energy has rotated up alongside Kudi to try and get this Kiri. Trying to hold the wave and trying to stop the dive. He does so very nicely, forcing Kudi to take the turret. But Hatsu instead pretty much finds the solo kill. Yes, there was some help from Energy, but it wasn't too much.
Yeah, Energy got a good snipe over the wall. Loffe tried to come and cover it, but couldn't. So Edo is just trying to move to the bot lane. No, just towards it, but they have information that the Xin Zhao is topside, so really interesting here. The Jinx needs to watch out here. You don't have flash, and Omni has ignite, so you can really get melted here. They will hit 6 in 2 waves, I believe, here. So that's the time they can really trade hard in the bot lane, and because of the information that Xin Zhao is okay.
Yeah, such a fun combo, right? Just yeah, that is more than half of Nexus HP bar. And yeah, it is Lucian Nami. It is what is it intended? It is intended to do, right? Use the E to get the slow and just melt through your opponent. It is disgusting early on. Will be strong in the late game as well if it doesn't fall too far behind. The thing is, though, for Bitfix, they can't allow it to snowball. So look at how safely they're playing this, right? Not overstepping by any means. Happy to give up a bit of XP, a bit of gold, because they know if they die, which might still happen here, it will be worst case scenario.
Yeah. Loffe just realized he could dive there, but Kari just straight when they saw Loffe ran bot, which is the right play. You need to cover the wave. It's so hard stacked here, so you can't get dived here as Jinx, or you get too much behind. But Fitfall needs to respect that Kari can be here, but they have a good vision over on the river and the tribal show. They're not really scared, but it's really interesting to see if Bitfix can get any more plays out here, because it seems like Fitfall have really covered in the bot lane.
Yeah, and the mid lane going fine so far as well. Both these mid lanes farming up a storm at the moment. We discussed the Syndra being scaling. We all know the Iranian Soul is a strong scaling mid laner as well. So yeah, this is just what we expect. You know, a bit of trading back and forth. I think Energy though might feel a bit too confident there. Takes 2 turret shots and backs off in the top lane. Slice and dice has been used, and yeah, again, a bit too weak there for me. It feels like any of these trades, when they go into the top side, could become a all-in very quickly.
Yeah, both are playing really cool.
Yeah, caught out, scatter the weak and unleash power. Secures the kill. Luffy now wants to get something back, unable to. As I talked about energy feeling confident, finds the solo kill.
Yeah, and great pick here. You don't really have the tempo here to get the Drake, but it's still a really good solo kill to get a bit gold on you, but now Fritfall can take the Drake, and it seems like they want to trade it for grubs here, and 6 grubs would be great.
Yeah, 6 grubs, very nice to get as the Drake, as you say, going over to Fritfall, no contest, and they are, certainly feeling the fact that they have this early 2v2 power to now get the lane prime, really just get control around the bot side river. Look at the wards they have there as well, allowing Luffy to now walk in towards the mid lane. Won't go for the gank just yet, checking to see if there are any camps up, finds absolutely nothing, as we do see Cody taking the Void Grubs as we speak. This though, set to become an all-in? Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, Hatsu able to get out. It is really balancing on a knife's edge, because one misstep and the opponent is ready to just all in with everything they've got.
Yeah, but I'm really scared in the bot lane, because Luffy is just trying to look for the dive here, and I'm really scared because they can outplay. They have ults, they have summoners here, but I would like if they would just respect.
They know where Kudu is. They know he's far away. They know he can't help them as Naxi called down by the culling. Good wild growth, a nice flash as well. Gets them out. TP now in from energy. He wants to get something back on the counter punch. If they could stop Fritfall from getting anything here and even getting something better, it will be a phenomenal scenario. And one day we'll claim it is Luffy who's gone down the slow, connects an Omni. Now the next target, energy, unleashes his power on him, but the CC is good from Korm to stop the play. The summoners have been burned, but the escape has been found as Fritfall only lose 1 in the counter move from Bitfix.
Really good traps from Naxi here. Luffy can't get the flag and drag here, and they get out. Good response, energy, good TP, and they just punish Fritfall really well. And it seems like Bitfix just have the control over the map.
Oh, energy could be in a bit of trouble here. Doesn't have the ultimate to fight back, but with Cuddy being here, the escape is easy for both mid laners, as they're able to just fly away to safety as a dragon now does. In the end, though, that could have been really good from Fritfall had they gotten the kills initially. Nice escape from the bot lane of Bitfix game. I thought they played that really well, especially the cancel on the culling with the wild growth from Dark. That was really nice. But also a good escape to Fritfall, I will say, in particular Omni and Korm, able to make their way out. Yes, it cost quite a pretty penny in terms of summoner spells, but had they died there, they would have fallen. It would have certainly hurt the strength of this Lucian Nami combo. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Jinx has been alright here, so play.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might be able to just continue talking, but again, as I'm talking about it, really feels nervy up here. Any moment an all-in could come, but let's go back to the bot lane conversation.
Yeah, so even though Naxi and Thug have played really well here, still the Fritfall's bot lane, Omni and Kong have gotten 3 plates here. So no means are they weak. The static ship already on the Lucian, so they can really melt the Jinx with the culling if they want to enforce a dive. So Cuddy needs to be there to cover it if the Jinx gets really low. So you can't have Fritfall commanding what they can do in the bot lane. You need to get the control back and just have the Jinx scale up.
Yeah, the Jinx needs time, and I think a lot of the members in the Bitfix roster can say that, right? Energy wants time. Same goes for Thug. The Lulu scales so well into the later stages of the game. In the end, though, at the moment, the scaling is going fine. The thing is, they're not behind. Yes, they're ahead, but that's not really what matters. The thing is, they're not 4 or 5k behind. They're not up against a 6-0 Lucian. The game is certainly not over, and they're happy with how the scaling is going at the moment. But with both junglers around the bot lane, the more action could soon follow. A dash forward instantly from Omni as I say that the culling does fly quite wide as he's locked up in the flame jumpers. The tower might fall here though, as the Tide Wave has been called out. They want Nexi, and they'll try and get him with everything that they've got. Instead though, it's Corm assassinated on the other side. Finally, Nexi falls, but Omni, he's certainly next up on the menu here. Goody really running rampant on this game as Unleashed Power comes through. Luffy, one more auto away from falling energy. Hits him with one, needs another. Will get it, a shield, but he's simply denying the inevitable as Scatter the Weak comes through. That is 3 kills, and Fritfall, they only get 1.
It's a really interesting trade because yes, Fritfall get the first tower, but it was really forced, so Bitfix gets 3 kills. So I don't know who's really the winner here, but just looking for a bit of a solo kill, but Hatsu invested TP, so now Fritfall can play with the TP advantage with the Drake, so Hatsu needs just top here moving, Hatsu moving, but let's watch it.
Let's see it again, right? I think initially the fact that they want to go for Nexi is good, but they're not aware that Goody is here because look what happens. Corm flashes forward for the engage. Instantly, I mean, holy moly, Cody's strong in this. Just easily takes down both the bot laners. And Hatsu wasn't really even needed to get that done. I like the fact that he came in, shows good team play, but it wasn't really necessary as now the Drake is the target from Fritfall, who wants to get at least that going for them. Again, just 2k gold behind, but with the composition that they have, fighting themselves 2k behind is certainly not an ideal scenario.
Yeah, and as you talked, really well played from Cuddy, just playing out of vision, and a really good wild growth from Thug to cancel the flag and drag from Loffe. As we talked about, that's the point that Thug needs to make here, just to react so that Jarvan can't engage. But yeah, Fritfall get the Drake, but you trade it for Herald and top tower.
Oh, Lucianami showing the effect there on Naxi, unable to get him as he just nicely sidesteps. That is the Herald, as you say, now taken. So 17 minutes in, goal lead for Bitfix Gaming. As Fritfall. I mean, I said this in the draft. I didn't expect it to potentially come through, but at the moment it feels like they will have to rely on a late game Aurelion Sol to bring this back because yes, the Renex and Illusion aren't terrible champions. They can still play. They're in the game. But they aren't the driving force behind turning a late game deficit into a lead.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. And alright.
Yeah, I think he was smurfing too hard. Had to get him out of the game just to make it fair. 4-0 on Cuddy. And if there's one way we should take the conversation, it's definitely towards him, right? He's been at the right place at the right time, made the right counter moves as well to stop any chance of this goal lead growing or even getting started really down on the bot side for Fritfall. Incredible performance on the Sin South so far.
Yeah, and I would really want to point out that the covers have been amazing here because that's the point that we made in the early game, that you need to cover the bot lane. The Jinx needs to scale up, and Cuddy has done an amazing job covering and making plays also. So just forcing all the summoners from Fritfall's side, and so they can't play so aggressive. But it's really interesting to see what Fritfall will do here because they have vision on the bot side of the map, but your team is like split up here. So the Aurelion still needs to watch out, really focus on the minimap if someone is moving because it's really scary to play this type of 2 in the mid jungle farming and both soul laners on the other side because in mid now they can force.
Yeah, Omni forced to flash away. As a Lucian, using that flash defensively is a sign of the game not going the correct way in your own opinion. Oh, I mean, Cuddy, we've just discussed him right in his covers. He's 2 items already, Titanic Hydra and Sundered Sky. He is way too accelerated ahead of this game. Like, that is absolutely insanity.
Yeah, and how are Fritfall gonna stop this push? Because Jinx can get excited here if they get the tower.
I mean, luckily they stopped that from happening, right? But look at what it had to do, or what Fritfall had to do to stop it, right? They had to move everyone down, stop them from sitting on the side lane, getting the waves, trying to get back into the game, just to stop that Herald. They still got the 1 turret. Kasatsu not quite caught out here by Loffe, but I mean, my main point is this is not looking good for Fritfall, and I'm trying to find ways to say it nicely, but this does not look good. This though singular move looks pretty nice. Forces the flash out of the Lulu.
Yeah, really well played on the vision. Just barely when the back is going through, just stop it, force out the flash from the Lulu. Now it can be the target. You don't have to force on Naxi always. I think that's the big thing here. Fritfall is trying to force on the ADC, but because of the Lulu shielding and ulting, it really stops the engage really hard. So it will be interesting to see, but top might be a collapse with the Nami.
Yeah, doesn't seem to happen in the end. As Corm starts the recall. Ooh, I'm thinking if Hatsu walks in there, might be a little bit of a free kill, but yes, it is hard. It is a bit hard to kill a Lulu, right? You have the healing, or you know, the wild growth help that you get from that, the shielding as well. But still, I mean, you're a Lucian, right? Surely you should be able to just engage and kill a Lulu if you'd gotten ahead early. But when you haven't, it certainly becomes harder to ask of even those kind of assassinations, and just shows how hard for them it will be to get a pick, because if they can't kill the Lulu when they pick her off, I mean, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it is just not having fun here, because what can you do to cover this? You really can't do anything. And Bitfix being aggressive, which is really interesting to see, because you can just scale up, you have the lead, but they want to make plays.
Edo slows down the wave here, buys himself time, rotation coming through. I see Calm and Luffer moving down, but instead they say, I mean, we're just gonna go for Luffer then. Happy to take that, as now Edo looks to find his escape. That is an Aurelion Soul doing Aurelion Soul thing, as Calm gets a good 2-man bubble. Is it enough? Is it a turning point for Fritfall, as the good TP behind as well? They've secured 1, 2, potentially even 3. Just what they need. In their darkest moment, they find some kills in their favor. 2 shutdowns, big one, both of them. As they maybe even get more here. It's Hatsu taken oh so low, forced to flash away to safety. Bitfix found 1, Fritfall 2. Will still look for more. The slow's coming through. Naxi kiting back, but the Jinx hasn't had the time yet to dish out that much damage in return.
Yeah, we're talking about 2 kills, but 2 shutdowns. And the bigger shutdown from Naxi just trying to look for picks. But the shutdown going to Lucian is really big.
So let's see it here again, right? I think Bitfix Gaming, they realized that they're coming to down, like, oh, we can just burst them. And I mean, maybe you could, but you just give it Edo the escape. Like, now you have no tools to stop him, and they overcommit trying to get him early on. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, just a great flank from Kira with the TP. Just could get on the backline, just get a lot of damage out, and they just win the fight because of it. Like, even though Kat is so strong, he can't block. Like you said, the Zinza is not a tank, so he couldn't block all the damage for his team, and just a great play from Fritfall to respond.
Luffer though, does anyone walk into here? Luffer will likely walk in and check. I think he might just be dead. No, the Scatter of the Weak goes wide, flag and drag out to safety. Now Cuddy in trouble, but the Crescent Guard is a very good no button. It's just, no, you're not in my zone. You don't do damage. As Edo does have the big ultimate available, and as the momentum of the game seems to have shifted, Baron is started up by Fritfall, who is, by the way, on Soul Point. As we got into the replay, they got that 3rd Drake. Hatsu now having to run all the way up towards this Drake. As Edo goes in, the big ultimate goes completely wide. Omni, though, still dashes forward, confident enough in himself now to make these aggressive plays. The Baron seems to no longer be of interest, but they are able to make moves, able to now force Bitfix around the map.
Yeah, I mean, you used already your Lucian ult, and when you use the big Aurelion Soul ult, you just can't win the fight anymore. So Bitfix trying to get control of the top side of Fritfall's jungle, and they seem to get it, so it will be really scary if they want to start Baron, but they have Vision over there, so they can't really force it here, but still, it's a scary spot for Fritfall.
Oh, they're on a ward! Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, yet again, half a second away from getting 2 kills there, at the very least stopping 2 backs. You might still find the 2 kills though, as Leffe certainly looking for them. Locked up though by the Flame Jumpers, forced to flash away, as he's maybe even dug his own grave here. One more auto! The shield enough, the red buff ticking, the snipe from the W to secure the kill.
Yeah, and that's so bad for Fritfall. Luffy just wanted to force the flash from the Jinx, but gets caught, and now they can force the Baron. And I don't know, Fritfall needs to stop this, because you can't give this one also. So just try to fight. Maybe you can stop it, but I don't think they can. Hatsu is looking for the flank here.
Yeah, the culling on cooldown as well, right? So Omni can't even just burst down one target quickly. Calm though, forced to flash away, caught by the Eternal Chains. The Baron still the target. It's 5 seconds on Luffy to respawn, and he has to walk all the way out. Yes, there is home guard, so it won't be too long as Omni looks of thought but can't find the auto attacks. The Baron dropping low will be secured here. No steal. Since there is no smite contest, it was not a 50-50, but it's a fight Big Fix Gaming still want to take, as Kirei burned down in an instant. The front line not so tanky as we discussed earlier on. Naxi's got the time, and he's now coming online. The gold lead explodes into 5k.
Yeah, and Bitfix just punishes really hard, and Fritfall can't really do anything there. You don't have your jungler, you just are trying to buy some time, but just couldn't do it. Bitfix secured the Baron, and I'm really interested which lanes they want to play here. Do they go 1-3-1, or do they go the stronger, in my opinion, 4-1? Just Aurelian Sol is already pushing the bot wave, so you just go top here as Hatsu does. And with the 4, you can force out the mid tower and move to the top if you want to push it with your whole team. So it will be interesting to see if Fritfall can defend the towers from falling. The Drake is something that they want to contest because it would be the soul, but when you get such a high prio with the Baron, it's really hard to walk into the jungle even.
Yeah, this is certainly put a wrench into the plans and of the comeback that Fritfall had. It was already going to be tough, especially as we've talked about, right? They are, outscaled in terms of the draft, I think it's fair to say. And then losing the Baron is a big, big blow. And now, without the map or the control of the map, you can't really contest with the Drake spawning in 20 seconds. You're still just losing and falling even further behind here as the gold gets taken from this standing gold in the turrets. TP Nanos towards the bot side from Hatsu, quickly back, knows what's next on the menu for Bitfix Gaming. And I very much doubt we'll see them overextend that much again to lock Fritfall back into the game, because this is slow, it's by the book, get the Drake, stop the soul, and then let's move again, maybe towards the tier 2 in the bot side.
Yeah, the Aurelian Soul can't catch the wave too far out, because you can get hard forced into because of the Shurelia from Thug. I just want to point out the Magi buy is interesting for Thug.
Yeah, Thug. I mean, it's I don't know if I want to say a bold move, because you're a Lulu, right? I mean, in the end, you should be pretty safe because you're standing behind the rest of your team. But at the same time, you're a Lulu, and if you get caught out, you very easily die. Gets that extra bit of shielding, I guess, from the scaling on the E's. It's a fun move, let's call it that, as they did lose a turret up on the top side. Kiri able to get that back. Still, though, the gold lead has grown to a bit more than 6,000 gold. They've been able to stop the soul scaling, as we've already talked about, for 5 more minutes. Reset, Baron buff soon runs out. Spend the gold you've just gained, taking out all the tier 2s. Next time they win a fight, or they get the Baron, the base will be broken open.
Yeah, and Bitfix are in a great spot here. You have the 6k gold lead, you stop the dragon stacking here, and you are the better scaling comp. So Fritfall, I think they are the ones that need to make the fights, because Bitfix can just chill. They have no reason to fight here. You can just wait for the Baron, play for the Baron, and then get the inhibs open. But Fritfall, their team comp is just falling off. So it's really interesting to see what they can do, but in my opinion, just try to look for a place with the Skyfall that you have on the Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, the Aurelian Soul is really what you can cling on to for hope. You're talking about the Skyfall. I think that's probably the completely right thing to highlight. The only one thing I can really think of is finding the good pick and what can you do with that, right? It's either Loffe who has to find it, or Omni with the culling and then Lucian Nami combo. But you're at the point. Yes, you have 3.5 items, but you're up against a 3-item Jinx now. In terms of 80 carry for 80 carry pound for pound, you're outscaled. And Edo, though, on that 3-item spike now, it has to come from him, really, if they want to find the big way into the game again.
I mean, at this point, it's just a push a wave, then the other team catches the wave. The game really slows down here. So all you need to do is really play one side and mid lane, then get vision if you can, and then you can play the game really easily. You have the information if they're trying to pull a play off, but I don't think anything will happen before the Baron, which is spawning in a minute.
Yeah, the Baron is the next thing in the eyes of Bitfix Gaming, as they obviously have a clear sight, clear look at wanting to take that first game. The first game, obviously, leading into match point, as it is a best of 3, so they'd be halfway towards the semis. Remember, we have 2 spaces in NLC Division 2, so to guarantee your place in the league for the next split, you have to finish top 2. This is simply one step on the road, as Stark clearly caught out here, trying to take down the ward, and there he goes. Good damage on towards Cuddy as well, but Calm taken so low, exploded by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Omni disappears as well, evaporates in front of our eyes. It's a close fight, but in the end, the wallets seem too massive here, as Loffe falls as well. It is close, but it's a 4th of 3 in favor of Bitfix Gaming.
And it looked really great for Fritfall at the start, because you could melt Thug there, but just with the respawn, Calm just disappears, and just Hatsu is so strong at the moment. Like, as you can see from the gold, he has a big lead, just can make the plays, and Naxi, even though his target just dishes out the damage and flashes out from the jar.
Yeah. Let's see this one more time. I think Stark they know Calm is in the air at the very least, right? It's a bit bold to do this, I will say. By some good time, the flash behind Cuddy is really nice, as he is able to survive for a lot longer, allowing for the reinforcements to come through. Look at the burst damage from Energy, disgusting. Here's well on Omni. Wow.
Energy just melts there with the ultimate, so a great response from Bitfix though. I really thought Fritfall had the fight, but no, Bitfix just has the control over the game, and as the dragon is spawning, it's really hard, but Energy is really chunked out here. But Calm is dead.
Yeah, some things happened in that replay, and it's very clear what the outcome was. It's a dead Calm who gets his 3rd death of the game. Now, this is his whole point as well for Bitfix Gaming, the next one in 5 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about Energy being able to melt targets. We just saw that one more time, as Calm very simply just caught out in one shot. I think Clover in Denmark, right? There is this bit of it's a bit of a fun saying, but it's spis eller blive spist, right? It's eat or get eaten when you translate directly. That doesn't sound too nice, but the point in this game with that saying is basically, right, if you don't one-shot whoever you're going up against, you will be one-shot, simply due to the fact that there aren't really any frontline in this game. Everyone is at the very least somewhat close to dying all the time if they get caught out.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how the push will go for Bitfix, because even though you have the Baron, the Aurelian Soul has an amazing amount of clear, as you can see from the bot lane. Like, how can you push against it?
Disgusting champ. Oh, yeah, Omni died. Speed and please speed. Very clearly, the Lucian just got eaten, devoured whole by Energy, who has played MSI, you know. I think he's certainly capable of performing well at this level. Now the base is broken open. This forces Edo back into the base, and as you say, now Hatsu is able to do that down on the bot side, taking the tier 3 as well, as there's no longer an Aurelian Soul doing Aurelian Soul things. Base broken open, Nexus turret disappearing, getting excited. This Naxi seeing that game 1 win in his eyes. Loffe stopped on the flag and drag. Very good ultimate though inside the ult from Edo as well, but it simply won't matter. They are too far behind. They didn't get ahead early, and Bitfix Gaming living up to the role of favorites here, as they pretty confidently, I can say, take the first game victory in 33 minutes.
What a game from Bitfix Gaming, I have to say. I'm really surprised how the early game went, but all the credit to Bitfix here. The jungle bot lane played really well in the early game, even though you didn't have the strongest bot lane. But now it's a statement also, because when you pick Lucianami, you need to win the lane. But Bitfix shows, take it, we don't care, we can just scale up and we still win the early game.
Yeah, Fritfall need to do something different in the second game because it was very clear, and I thought they had some good ideas in how they wanted to try and play around the bot lane, but it was just read so well by Bitfix Gaming. Every time they tried to do something for their Lucian army, it was countered, it was, counter punched. They lost out on the grand scheme of things, and all of a sudden, the Lucian is the head, very even, and your opposing junglers claim 4 kills from you trying to get your bot in the head, is accelerated into a massive lead, and the game's very hard to play from that point. So something new has to come from Fitfall. I think, Clover, we'll throw it to a break, and when we come back, we'll get to discuss this more as we get ready for potentially the last game of the quarterfinal stage here in the NLC RPS. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. Clover, just as we discussed before we head into the break, what we're about to watch with Bitfix against Fritfall could potentially be the final game of this stage. But before we head towards what is potentially, as we said, the last game of the stage, I want to talk more about that game number 1 because it felt a bit like a statement game from Bitfix Gaming here, right, Clover?
Yeah, I totally agree that if you pick a late game team comp and you win in the early game against an early game team comp, it really puts a mark on the series that we don't care what kind of comp you pick. We can just play around it. We can play aggressive if we want to anytime. And I don't know how Fritfall will come back. I think Fritfall can win, but with a game 1 like that, with an early game team comp that you lose in the early game, it's really hard to see how they can win it. But I'm hopeful that Fritfall can make this a 3-game series.
Yeah, it's certainly not a game for Fritfall that breeds confidence, right? As you say, you're locking in the Lucian Army, you're locking the Renekton, you fail to get a lead on any of those 3 champions. Really, is not a confidence brewing statement. I think we have some replays that we can see. I would very much like to take a look at the very least, and discuss one of the first bit of actions that came from Fitfall. They wanted to get that bot lane ahead. That was very clear. And what really impressed me about Bitfix Gaming was how they responded to that early on. The fact that they were able to read so well that this was the window where the opportunity was. Let's be ready, as we've talked about, to counter it. We'll see it here, right? This is where Fitfall go in. They look for the Bitfix bot game. Look at the ultimate here from Thok. This is what I want to highlight. That ultimate here, buys so much time, stops the culling. Good fresh from Naxi to get out. And essentially, the Bitfix bot lane is out here. Then the question is, what does Fritfall lose for this, outside of all the time and resources they've spent? Well, they lose Loffe, who jumps into the waiting hands of Cuddy, and while Bitfix aren't able to get the Fritfall bot lane here, look at what they force. Already the flash out of Omni. Look what Colm loses here as well. Flash and a heal, I do believe. Yeah, that's the heal. So, after that, your bot lane is sitting with absolutely zero summoner spells to try and get the lead. Your junglers just died, and it really put a damper on what Fritfall could do in the next 5 minutes to try and gain the lead that they really needed.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, really well played from Tag and Naxi. Also, I want to point out the trap stopped the flag drag, so Naxi could buy time there. Thug a really good overgrowth there, and they just played really well to stop the forces from Fritfall. And Fritfall seemed like desperate. They wanted to make the plays hard on the bot lane, and if it didn't work out, they seemed kind of lost and wanted to make it again. But every time, and especially we pointed out the bot lane, but Cuddy played an amazing game right there. He covered bot lane, he played around the map really well, he responded on the objectives really well. Even they got the first break, but after that 6 scrubs also, which is kind of crazy to think about, because as we talked about, they had a scaling comp, but every time just responding really well. Cuddy just impressed me a lot in the last game.
Yeah, he was, I want to say the standout player, but I'm not sure that's the right statement to make, because I'm really impressed by Bitfix Gaming here. I thought that's one I could say. I mean, Hatsu had a bit of a quiet game, but every time we saw him, he was rock solid. He made barely any mistakes. Like, this whole Bitfix roster played this game really, really well. Energy, a bit quiet early on. We saw him in the crucial moments, stepping up big. Thok made a few mistakes where he got caught out, only died once, but also had some really nice plays on the Lulu. Next, he did his job. Cuddy played exceptional. This was a rock solid performance from Bitfix, and it's hard for me to say, you go towards this lane now, Fitfall. Here you can try and get a lead. Here you can try and win game 2. Like, I'm really struggling to find a way where they could win game 2, while we are all hoping for the game 3, the drama. I'm having a hard time spotting it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree totally. Like, I don't know. Fritfall need to make some plays around the map. And if they want to go the scaling comp, they can. But do you get punished even more in the early game now if you don't have an early game comp, as you seem to lose with it? But it's all speculation, of course. But in my eyes, I would like to see Edo on a mid champ that can move around the map. It seemed like the Aurelion Sol couldn't really move around the map. Energy played the lane really well and just with the TPs, so Edo just wasn't a factor in the early game in the fight. So I would like to see that everyone is in the same page. It seemed like the Aurelion Show was like the one pick to get them back in the late game maybe, but just go early game or go late game in my eyes.
Some things will at the very least change, right, Clover, as we head into the draft here, because we see Fritfall now on the blue side, and they've changed the bans. They've banned the Sins out this time, which I think is a very smart choice considering Cuddy's performance in that first game. Now for Bitfix, they will ban the Urine. That's something they banned in the second ban phase, so they are changing up their bans just a slight bit here. Fritfall instantly removing the Jinx. So, changes already come through, and I think it's a fine one, getting some more scaling guaranteed.
Yeah, and the Jinx was strong, even though Naxi didn't have the most kills in the team. Just was really hard played against, but I love the Jinx. It's really strong at the moment, and Viego is an interesting pick because you can always make plays with it, and it's really strong. But Senna, I don't know what they will pair up with it.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is it the AD carry center? Is it the supportive center? Will they take a tank? Questions certainly are here. Let's see if they will be answered. And obviously they will as the draft progresses, but it might take a while. I'm going to keep that flex open, possibly. Oh, that is actually locked in. That is the Ivan locked in. Really, really interesting. I think pretty much everyone who watches League of Legends has seen what G2 did to top esports, right? A phenomenal 3-0. Finally, we beat an Eastern team as a whole. Europe haven't done that since 2020 when G2 did it against Gen G. So it's been quite a while for EU to taste some success. The Ivan being a huge part of that in 2 games. Those shields were massive as Kiri looks to get another chance of playing that Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, the Ivan is really interesting because I haven't seen it a lot on other. Only Yike has played it in pro play, but I haven't seen it at all on other players. But it can be a really strong pick. You can shield really hard, and the Jinx is now the main carry. You have the Ivan that can protect it. I'm interested to see if Fritfall will go something like Nautilus for frontline, or do they go like double shielding Lulu? But the Ornn is a flex here, so Bitfix keeps the option open if they want to send the Ornn with the Senna, or do they want to pick something else in the bot lane?
And that's the first real take we've seen like in this series so far as real. Otherwise, it's been Bruises. This time, obviously, the Fritfall frontline will, at the very least, regardless if it's Bruises or tanks, be more tanky due to all the shields they will be getting from this Ivan. So, into the second ban phase, we go. Supports likely to be trimmed away as I could be hinting towards this center playing the support role, or playing supportive center with Yorn in the support stage. I don't know how to describe the overall. The Yorn center bot lane seems a real possibility. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we have seen T1 played a lot, so but Ornn is a good matchup against Renekton. Of course, you lose a bit in the early, but you just want to scale up. Doesn't really matter. But Fritfall taking the Syndra away from Energy, and I like it. Energy played a really good game on it. You don't want the comfort pick again. You just want to throw the enemy a bit off. So a good ban in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm thinking these are really good bans, right? Because we saw Fritfall play so incredibly well, or not Fritfall, rather, Bitfix play so incredibly well on the blue side. They've taken that away on things like the Sinsao, the Jinx, and that Syndra as well, all now taken away. So Bitfix will have to show a different side of themselves, and I'm sure they have it. But it is, taking them away from what they just tasted success on, which is, I think, is a really smart adaptation, especially considering the little time you have to adapt between games in a series like this. So the final ban from Bitfix was that Brawl. Now for Fritfall, it will instead maybe be another mid laner. It is the Azir, one of Energy's most played champs over his long and illustrious career.
It will be interesting to see if Bitfix wants to keep the flex up here. The Brawl ban really seems like they want to go something engaged, something like Nautilus, maybe, but do you want to show your hand, or do you want to pick mid laner, something like Ahri? Be a safe pick, but Hatsu likes the comfort.
Yeah, so And actually, we locked it in for his top lane. That's the first champion from Bitfix that they've been able to get their hands on from their first game. The Lulu won't be happening, as that obviously shows the hand of the Yorn going in towards Thurk. So, left is Energy with the counter pick. He's about to see what he's going to go up against as Fritford look to round it out here with a support and a mid laner. Aurelian Soul is the hover, will be the lock-in as well. Now, I'm wondering if we see the Leona that we did see play out with the Ivan in MSI with G2, or if we see something different. At the moment, the hover is something very different, but it's a hover. Anything can change there.
Yumi would be a really interesting pick here. I haven't seen it a lot, and it makes the bot lane really weak, but that would be an interesting pick too if we get it. No, it's the classic Rakan. I mean, Rakan is the kind of pick you don't really counter anything, but you don't get countered by anything. It's a safe pick. You always have the engage, and you can get through lane with your Q healing. It helps the Jinx out. But what do they want to pick here in the mid lane? They want the Ahri.
Was it the Ahri locked in at the end?
I thought it was.
It is the Ahri. Okay, it is the Ahri. I was just mistaken there. I mean, I wasn't mistaken. I just wanted to make sure if I was right. That's the reason I wear these glasses, right? It ain't getting easier the older I get. Those of you who remember me from back in the day, when I was, still quite young, but I didn't use glasses. Regardless, Energy on the Ahri. It's hard to say that German Energy hasn't played competitively, as we've talked about with his long career. But the adaptation here from Fitful, right? Clover, you came up with the idea of getting it on something you can roam on. That hasn't happened. Instead, they've gone away from the hard force early bot lane and gone for we're fine with scaling. And they've changed their jungler out to jungler who himself doesn't want to make too many moves early on. And instead is just happy with getting that Ivan and, now playing a bit more backline.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting. You put a heavy load on the Jinx on that kind of team comp because you have the Ivern there. The Rakan is going to peel. I don't think it will be an engaged Rakan here. And you also have a good scaling on the mid lane. So you have a top side that's strong with the Renekton, but other sides just scaling. But I'm really scared for Fritfall on the mid lane because Ahri Viego has a really good setup on the mid lane, and you can get good picks. And with the Ahri, you can move onto the side lanes if you want to. So I'm really scared for the Aurelian Soul, but Edo played a good game last game, so let's see if Energy can show some flashy plays in the early game this time.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about, he was a bit quiet, but he did get one solo kill, which is worth remembering. I think it's worth saying that as it, he put in a fine lane performance, just a bit of a quieter one in terms of not going too ham early on. So, Bitfix Gaming, 1 game away from the semifinals. That is top 4. Yet again, just want to run through how this goes. It is a best of 3, so this is match point. If Bitfix win this, they would need to go through one more round in the semifinals to make it to the NLC Division 2. Fritfall, a bit of a miracle story to even find themselves here. I think it's fair to say after their start to the NLC RPS, winning a 4-way tie due to head-to-head over DMG Denmark. My beloved eliminated thanks to that. Fritfall instead making it into the quarterfinals here, having their backs against the wall, up against one of the tournament favorites very early on.
Yeah. Even though we talk about you have great scaling on Fritfall side, Bitfix has a good scaling comp too. The Senna will be great here if she can scale up, and Hatsu had a great performance last game on the Aatrox. Kira couldn't really force any kills there, and early you lost both of your summoners because Hatsu played it really well. So it will be interesting to see if Kira can this time maybe set up some kills, and Lofe can maybe look for top side this time because the Renekton is strong, so you can just and the Aatrox kind of squishy, so you can look place for top in my eyes in this game.
Yeah, so moves can certainly be made there. I want to spend this what I predict will be a bit of a quieter early game this time around to talk about the Dane in this game, right? it is Nexi. Here is here's a bit of a career rundown first before we really get into to one very fun and peculiar fact that I think will surprise not just you, Clover, but shock the world. It's something we all know in the Danish community. I think Nexi had a name previously, but I'll get into that later. He has had a long career in the League Championship Denmark, which is now back to again. This time, obviously, he's playing for BitFix Gaming, but his big breakthrough came in the Telia Esports Series Denmark when he played on Predicting Guardians and actually made it into Telia Masters, which is, this is kind of the new Telia Masters where the national leagues go against each other. Back then, Denmark did suck, just like we do now in Telia Masters and NLC RPS, so they didn't make it out of the groups. But Nexi certainly put in a strong performance in his rookie split in Telia Esports Series Denmark. Now, here comes the fun fact. This is actually the Jensen, the NA Mid Jensen little brother. That is why his name was Jensen Jr. back in the day.
I really didn't know that. That's a fun fact. I mean, Jensen Jr. really doesn't help you to become your own player. So I think it's a good name change for Nexi. But yeah, but we talked about BitFix has some names on the roster and
forced to flash away, and he's out to safety. And just to kind of see what happens here, though. Cuddy has the flash. Yeah, we'll just likely have to use it. Tries to squeeze his way out of the tough situation and does so beautifully, I must say. But just to round out our conversation about the bot lane, not to go more in depth about Nexi, but it is the fasting center with the Yorn playing the carry, or the one who gets the gold. I thought they removed that. I'm not sure why I thought that, but I thought they removed that for sure. I did see, obviously, with T1 today up against Team Liquid, but I don't know. My mind is a bit blown still, because I was sure they'd removed it a couple patches ago, or maybe that was just a double support item after the new season began.
I think they balanced out that you get the same stacks. But I think the big thing is that you get a strong Ornn here, and the Ornn really helps out to tank the front line. But I don't know, the Senna can just scale up. You're in no hurry to get the Senna strong in the early game, so you can just scale up. But spots, great cancel.
Yeah, Spots Guardian just there, gets that cancel out there. That's my eyes have turned back to this top side. Once again, this time Kiri has a lot of health. Has had to take in low, not quite dead. On the bot lane as well, Calm. Locked up. No good dance away. With that battle dance, gets his way out to safety. Cuddy forced to flash. Throws down a bit of BM. I respect that. Gotta do it, it's been a rough couple of a bit of rough game, first one. So for Fritfall, so get that momentum swinging back in your faces. Cuddy instead, so it's fine, I'll just go for the Drake instead.
Yeah, the big thing is Cuddy lost flash, and Diego without flash in the early game, you really need something to set up if you want to get the stun through. So, not the best way to lose your flash, but Calm just plays it really well and forces it out. But now, as Cuddy gets the Drake, it's interesting to see what Loffe can do on the map. Just tries to steal the Raptors and gets them, but the Ivern is not great at taking objectives solo. So I don't think BitFix is really scared that Loffe will start the grabs immediately, so they can just wait out. Cuddy can go now onto the top side, and if Loffe goes bot side here, I don't really want to give all the objectives to BitFix if I'm Fritfall here.
Yeah, BitFix were able to claim the early objectives last time around until Fritfall really started striking back by getting 3 Drakes in a row. And then they were really out of the neutral objective game. Last time it was 6 Void Grubs and a first Drake for BitFix Gaming, managing to get the Herald as well. And Fritfall only really had those Drakes to hold on to. Step down out. Cool. Could be in a bit of trouble here. Forced to flash away. That's a nice cooldown force as this top lane, it's so tight every time we see it. But yet again, no death comes through, no solo kill to be found. Instead, the dominance is popped. World Ender as well. And I just cast the curse that heavily as Kire finds the solo kill and first blood.
Yeah, this time Kira can wait.
And now in the mid lane as well, Edo! Solo kill. You wanted to see more action from Energy early on, and this time we see his second solo kill of the series.
Yeah, wasn't really expected, but both solo laners just all the solo laners just playing really aggressive here, and I really like it. Kira can finally get the solo kill on to Hatsu, and Energy just finds a good pick onto Edo, but the TP is forced out here because Lofef freezes the way for Edo, so not the worst outcome, but still great kill from both sides, and it's interesting to see what will happen in the bot side because, okay.
I mean, Thug might be in a bit of trouble here, does have the flash, but he's right into those traps instead. As Loffe now locks up next, he forced to use both thumbs as well, and the escape still not secured, goes down. Cuddy, level 6, wants to get something back, has the Heartbreak available, and finds the first reset. Will need more though, as a perfectly timed root from Loffe secures that 2 kills into the hands of Fritfall. They're in the lead, and they are satisfied with how they're playing at the moment.
That was a really close one also because Thug survives with 20 HP there, so we can see the replay here. It's really interesting how it happened.
I want to say big misplay here from Thug. Good W, but you want to flash over these flame chompers and then E out to safety. And there let's see what happens here first though. Very low is Hatsu, goes back in, has the whirlwind in just a few seconds, but can't be too over aggressive. We've seen this movie once before, and if the result is the same, well, Hatsu would be in his grave rather shortly. Instead, both junglers, I mean, not haven't shown their face, but I think Cuddy was spotted down in the river beforehand as Loffe makes it very clear that he is here and stops Hatsu from dreaming about getting something back. Mid lane again. I mean, I'm sorry, Clover, you're not getting much time in the spotlight here because every time we pan to a different lane, they are threatening either a dive, a 1v1, and it seems like we finally gotten some calm.
But I like it, especially Loffe playing topside here, because Kire has now gotten a good lead on the top side, 20 farm lead, and gotten some plates on the top lane, so it seems so much different from last game. Like, now you have a scaling comp, but you make better plays, so I don't know, it seems like the scaling comp is better for Fritfall also, but the Drake is the next objective, and I think Fritfall needs to contest this. I really don't want to give 2 Drakes up here, because you now have a stronger bot lane because of the kills, and I don't know, it's really scary to give so much pressure on the bot side to Bitfix, because they played really well last time.
Yeah, Omni. I thought initially maybe Korn wanted to go for the engage, but didn't want to do that. A 1000 gold lead has built up here for the side of Fritfall. Let's look at where Cuddy is. He hasn't been spotted out, but he's taking away the opponent's Crux. Has the flash. Will dish that Heartbreaker very early on to make sure he will get out. Will obviously not gain anything from trying to take those Crux, lose a bit of tempo and the ultimate, but he's out with his life. Instead starts up the Drake. This is questionable to me. You don't have your ultimate right now. I mean, okay, he has stopped it again. Energy rotating down. Same for Hatsu, I think. Clover, we might be in for a big fight here.
Yeah, and Edo is also getting his ultimate back, so it's a really scary if Bitfix wants to take this, but it seems like Fritfall doesn't want to contest that. They just get the Drake.
Yeah, like we saw the Man Advantage and said, no, we don't want to do this. Forcing Hatsu's TP back into the top side, as I think Kire almost got a play. Not quite in the end, though. Just a few more auto attacks would have been needed for that to be secured. Instead, Kire continues to try and fight here. Hatsu has the ultimate, but Loffe is around the corner as well. Holding my breath every time we see, yet again, something up on this top side. They are really looking for the opportunity as Energy. It's not quite been found out. Good all the way with the Spirit. Spirit Rush. As Hatsu goes back in. I mean, this game, man, again, the trading almost turning into kills. Void Grubs on the map. This would be 6 if Bitfix Gaming managed to claim them. No Heartbreaker this time around from Cuddy. Does still have the flash, but it's being burned down by the Q. Stars descend. Misses. And will this be the start of the Void Grubs from Love? Seems like it.
Yeah, Fritfall's really
Top lane. Surely this will be something, right? Both of them popping the ultimate. World and a Dominus used. Auto attacks back and forth, but the sustain trade is won by Kirei so far until that big auto attack with the passive comes through and Hatsu able to get out. No solo kill to be found, but man, the trading up at the top side is intense.
I swear, every time it looks like someone's getting the kill, both of them have so much healing that it just never results in a kill. So really interesting top lane. But even though Fritfall seemed to have the control, you gave a lot in the bot lane for this play. So you really need to just get the top side push here. Just get Kire strong and maybe get him to move around the map. But when he uses the TP now, just to get the plates maybe here, it really doesn't help that you don't have the TP advantage. But leaving the one grab is really interesting because now they have 3 grabs already on the Bitfix side. So Cuddy could just take one and you get the grab links. But seems like both teams want to play for bot side.
Yeah, Herald spawning shortly as well, and pings going down towards the bot side, as you say. Let's see if they commit to it though in the end. Bitfix bot lane is quite a ways away, so won't go for it instantly at the very least as Korn walks up to try and get some vision and some information about what's happening down on this bot side. It's been a slower game this time around, but this is better for Bitfix, or not for Bitfix, sorry, Fritfall rather. They've gotten a few early kills. They are 900 gold ahead. They aren't being outscaled as hard this time. So this game could be one that will take quite a while and really go down to how these late game team fights are played, as the turret now falls, evening out the game pretty much fully. As well, then there's available for Hatsu. Will likely have to use it here. This turret set to fall. TP very early on. Why are you going for this? You just get cancelled. And now your top lane in a 1v2 scenario. Best case would be surviving, but that was always the least likely outcome. As that solo kill, not solo kill rather, that gank ends out perfectly for the side of Fritfall.
Yeah, they have the tempo to take the hero. It's really great for Fritfall, even though you give the first tower, but you invest a lot onto the top lane and it seems to work. Kira is really fed at the moment, has a 40 CS lead, got the first tower, 2 kills, and now just you have complete control over the top side. Now you can just play mid and bot, try to get those first towers to open on the mid and bot lane also. So it seems like Bitfix are falling a bit here, but the lucky part for them that they could get the first tower on the bot lane. Nax is getting a lot here, and Thug can really just tank now, but I'm not saying they are in that advantage at all. I think Fritfall are in a really great spot. I think they have the advantage, but
goes in, obviously it's a Rakan though, so can't get out very quickly when they realize this isn't anything I want to commit to. I'm just trying to poke around and have a bit of fun. Drake spawning in 30 seconds, so more fun to follow in terms of action. Seems like they want to fight around this, as this is sole point for Bitfix Gaming.
yeah, and you can see Kira already moving, doesn't want to invest the TP, so really scary in the mid lane now.
Yeah, Edo wants to find next. He could flash away early on, but look at Thog being melted here. That is the tank, by the way, Clover. Gone. CC chain to death. As Energy finds a charm, but the shield denies most of the damage, and now it's a 4v5 that they would have to walk into. Yes, though, not many ultimates on the side of either team, really, as Energy forced to ult early on here. World Ender has been popped. The resets, can they be found? Because they need them if they want to win something here. And no, they can. Bitfix Gaming, you've overstepped. You've overplayed your hand. You're trying to force moves that you simply can't make. And this time, Fritfall, in a position to punish, will find 4 kills uncontested. And they'll claim their first drink of the game as well.
really well played from Fritfall. It looked really scary as Kire went in there, but they could punish here. As you can see, the Ivern Q hits and Kire goes really deep.
Let's see it one more time. I like the initial engage. He thought he was the shy. In the end, they just didn't want to shy away from the fight, and that punished them. Energy was already so low. The follow-up wasn't really there. You would have needed a full HP on to really be able to go for this. Because had you had that full HP on with the Ornhorn, yeah, I'm sure we would have found something here. In the end, though, they found nothing. They don't have the soul point. The goal lead is now growing. And look at how strong this Renekton is. 3-0-2. Has that first turret taken. And a good CS lead as well. This is a very, very happy Kire.
Yeah, and we're talking about, Kire is strong here. As you can see from the gold, 2.5k advantage. But Edo's got really strong from that fight also. So the scaling champs are now getting stronger and stronger. So really scary for Bitfix's side. I think they really need to open up the map. You have standing gold on mid tower really low, so you could make a play there. But I don't know, it's a really hard game state for Bitfix because even though you have the Senna, I think Fritfall has more scaling.
I think there's at the very least, I mean, there is infinite scaling on both sides, right? Edo, early and Soul, a very, very good late game scaling champ as well, but the Senna Tem Kench, or not the Senna Tem Kench, the Senna on a very scaling minded duo. So I think that is a fair statement to make. This game though, way more intense. Bitfix now the team that will have to punch their way back into the game. This goal it is close to 3,000 indeed. That's actually 4,000 gold lead. So a pretty big one at this stage of the game without the help of any Baron. There are a few bounties that they could look to claim, but the game not done, not won, but in the favor of Fritfall.
I don't know, do Kari and Hatsu win the 2v1 there?
I'm not
Kire
sure, to
is
be honest.
really strong at the moment, so I would be really scared to go against it. So the game, as you said, really slows down now, but a commanding 4k lead for Fritfall at the moment, and a Baron spawning in 30 seconds. So it will be interesting to see if either team wants to make a play for it, because it's scary. The Baron throws are the classic ones where you lose the game, but Fritfall have great damage on it. You have Aurelian Soul Jinx. You melt it if you have the tempo for it, so they could just make the play, pull the trigger and melt it if you have information of everyone in Bitfix game.
Yeah, that's a good point. This Baron is not long for this world when Fritfall decide it is in their sights. But Bitfix Gaming might look to pounce back. The thing is though, at the moment, Fritfall so much stronger with those 2 item spikes being reached across the board. Only first items being completed. Even someone like Energy, who's been done very well in this game, hasn't gotten to that second item mark. So big spike here for Fritfall. If they can utilize this and get the Baron from it, they will be over the moon. That is a fantastic way to play in your second game, and we might just move into the all-deciding game number 3. But if Bitfix Gaming slow this down, get their second items, I think we are back to way more of an even footing. Instead, it's Bitfix Gaming forcing the moves early on. The Ornhorn disrupted and stopped, and they failed to get the tier 1. They used the TP as well from Hatsu. That's not a good feeling there if you're Bitfix Gaming.
Yeah, Khan played it really well actually, cancelling the Ornn ult there, just invests his flash over it, but Edo just been farming on the bot lane, no response of any kind from Bitfix Gaming, and has the Skyfall now, which is really great if you want to fight the Baron or the Drake that's spawning in 30 seconds. And it's interesting to see if the teams want to play for the Baron here. Either side doesn't really need to contest the Dragon if they don't want to, but
yeah, that's a Drake as well soon, so something to play for, Clover, and would be surprised if they just leave it be. Thug caught out, will be melted here. A good amount of shielding, but I mean, there's just so much damage. And now he's dead. as the Drake spawn. This is a replay of what happened before, because it looks like it's the exact same setup for yet another neutral objective.
Yeah, I was just saying it looked like deja vu there. Thug getting caught again, but it's just really hard to play against this free fall comp because they can really catch you easily. If the Ivern Q hits, you are insta-dead in every fight, even though you are the tank. So just a great response from Fritfall getting the second Mountain Drake. And the Mountain Drake stacking is really scary in my eyes. If they get so much armor and magic resist, and I don't know, how are you gonna melt anyone here if you're playing Senna, Viego, as they're not the DPS champs, they're more like burst champs. So I don't know, really scary game state for Bitfix Gaming, but Fritfall, they're just farming up. Edo's having fun, listening to music probably, and just farming up, getting stronger and stronger.
Oh, this is rough now, right? Because 2 Mountain Drakes. I mean, the Fritfall lineup that wasn't initially that tanky. He has all the shields, gets more resistances as well. Unless they get caught out. TPs are coming in though. This really needs to go Bitfix Gaming's way. They've found 1, they've found 2, and in the back line is a Crocodile left to its lonesome, fighting a 1v3 battle, but it's doing a great fight. Kirei surviving for ages, almost getting the kill. As Cuddy just barely survives the Grand Starfall. Nexi survives as well. How are they still alive? Bitfix Gaming found the perfect setup, and still they were just inches away from dropping the ball. Don't go for the Baron. You're too low HP, man. Don't go for it. Don't risk it. Whew. What a fight.
Great fight for Bitfix Gaming there. And as we can see it again here.
Let's see it again, yeah. So, initially it's Luffy caught out, and Comp goes in to try and take attention away, but Energy plays this fantastically. Gets the kill, the reset as well, and then Luffy is dead. They want to get everything, because they know if they get 5, they get the Baron. Instead, they force a couple flashes. That's really nice. Both the carries, and look at Kirei here. Almost 1v3ing. And that rocket almost kills Cuddy, and he then barely manages to dash away, survives thanks to the Sterix. Nexi survives thanks to the Q heal, doesn't die to the Leandries, and they all survive, Clover. I cannot believe I had to say that they all survived, because that should have been illegal to make it out of.
Yeah, I mean, everything went right for Bitfix in that fight, and they really needed that, because as you were saying before the fight started, it's really hard for Bitfix to get back into the game, but now just ult misses the last fight as it seems, but still won the fight. And the Baron, both teams want to play for it, but you really can't, because the respawn would be really fast, so you would need a really good tempo on it. So I don't know if anything will happen before the Drake spawns, and it will be interesting whole point for both. So both want to really get it, of course.
As you say, both would want it in the end. They can afford to give it up. I think we're at the point where it wouldn't be surprising if we see a trade for a Baron, if you give up Soul Point. Sometimes, right, Clover, I regret being a play-by-play, because some of these plays are so nervy that I just want to hold my... I'm holding my breath out of tension to see what happens, but then I remember, I have to say what happens on the screen at the moment. And this is one of those games, because you could feel the tension, right? Neither of these teams wanting to make that mistake. So Fritfall, it's their tournament life on the line. And for Bitfix Gaming, it's about securing that qualification into the semi-final, being one step closer to achieving what this roster was built for, making NLC Division 2.
Yeah, and you want to hold your breath, but it makes it even more tense when it's this kind of game, this type of series on the quarters. So everything on the line. If you lose, you fall. So everything on the game, and as there's 40 seconds until the Drake spawns, it will be interesting to see what the vision control is, because neither team has it yet. Now, Calm is getting some vision up there, but they can clear it now really easily. Both teams just want the mid push and then move on to the Drake or Baron. But I don't know. Hatsu's just trying to farm up, come with TP, but because of it, Fritfall can get the advantage on the river if they want to.
Drake is up in 5 seconds. That is an absolute massive start to the fight for Fritfall. Phenomenal ultimate from Edo, and the tank has been cut down instantly. Naxi, energy gone, damage removed. Hatsu nowhere to see his team falter, as now it's just Cuddy and him left alive. The Baron is in their sights, and as you said earlier, Clover, if given time, it will evaporate within seconds.
Yeah, Cuddy's just trying to steal this off, and TP
I want to fight this 2v2.
2v2.
They want to get that soul point, but look at Fritfall, they're just making their way back down. Cuddy, if you die, there is no smite, but Loffe nearly burst instantly. Can the reset come through? It will, but I think he just dies instead. They got the smite though, as now Hatsu forced to flash away. The soul point still to be secure, but I think they bought time, denying the opportunity of the Baron, because Nexi, Thug, and Energy all back up pretty much.
I mean, it's really scary. Like, both teams are fighting so well. The response from Cuddy and Hatsu to make the play, recognizing that they can take the 2v2 there and get Loffe down. Really, as you point out, stop the Baron.
Horn called, goes wide. Corm looks for the engage, doesn't fight it, but he's happy with that. He gets to go back out. Few big shutdowns on the map as well. The gold lead remains within that 4,000 gold category that it's been for ages now. Ages it's looked like this. And this is such a nervy game. We are almost 30 minutes in. Soul point for Fritfall, but let's remove that from the discussion, because there are still 4 minutes to that. Baron still stands and has done so for 9 minutes now, Club.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, because even though Fritfall have the advantage here, Bitfix is scaling up really well, and they try to get stronger, because as Thug is closing on the level 14, he can start upgrading the items, and as Riot says, it's about a 1k gold per item, so it really helps out if carries get the items here.
Yeah, Ivan has been summoned. In terms of summoners, Kiri has his flash. The big ult comes down from the side of Edo. Can they get anything from him? Thug caught out yet again. It's the third time it's happened, buddy. Flash away, dash away, makes his way to the back line. He is low though, and in the front end, Hatsu goes down Edo with a good flash to slow it up. It is all that Fritfall could have wanted. It's a triple kill for Omni as he chases down the remaining members. Their sights turn towards the Baron. It will be taken without any contest, and Fritfall skydive their way into a massive goal lead on the back of a good fight.
And a TP also from Energy. Just now you have complete control over the map. Omni is now online. Now, we talked about the game being scary for Bitfix earlier, but now it's scary.
It is incredibly scary. Let's see it one more time, as it's... I mean, Loffe signals he wants to go for the fight by sending down the Ornn or the Ivan, the Daisy. And then they go on Kirei, say, no, we shouldn't do this. Tries to get back out, but Thug is on the completely other side of the rift. Hatsu wants to save his support/tank. Pops the world ender, he's rooted up, and then as you talked about earlier, hit by one Ivan Q, you're dead. And then when the resets come through, nothing more to do. Fritfall will run amok in the fight, and they did just that. Omni getting the triple kill.
Yeah, and great fight, but now you can really open up the map. You have a lot of standing gold on the side lane, so I don't really like if the Fritfall play an Aram style here. I would like to see someone go side lane here, as the enemy team doesn't have TPs, but you don't either, so I don't know. Maybe they just want to force out the mid open as Edo's just flying forward.
Oh, the lack of damage is pretty clear at this point. Energy struggling to do anything here. Does have the ultimate, but he's just caught out and he's dead. I think this genuinely could just be game, especially if they claim Thug on top of it, and they do so. The death timers are long, the Nexus is in their sights, and Edo looks for Naxi as well. Flash! Called the meat, as Edo goes legendary. Cuddy and Hatsu would have to do a miracle here to stop this from being it. Fritfall live to fight another game. The pre-tournament favorites taste defeat for just the second time in the NLC RPS as Fritfall strike back in game number 2.
Now it's interesting. The script has been broken. It will not be another 2-0. And as we talked about before the game, we don't know how Fritfall will come back, but they came back strong. And the early game looked even... It's interesting because last game 1, they had early game comp, but the early game didn't go so well. Now they played a really good early game and just took control right away.
Yeah. They took the control. They were able to keep it. And yeah, I mean, this was, as you say, a completely different version of Fritfall. And it's what you said, I remember, as we started the first game, that when you've watched Fritfall, you've thought that they could be really good, but they've also had these days where they didn't quite show up. Like, they were a very up and down team. I think we've seen a bit of that here. Obviously, it's also down to the reasons in the draft and blah, blah, blah. But they also just played better. Like, remove the champions and the differences that happened in terms of pick ban. They just played better. They weren't making as many mistakes. They weren't getting caught out as often. And they were able to punish the mistakes that Big Fix Gaming made. They looked a lot better here. And to be honest, I can't predict who wins game 3. I mean, everything is up in the air now. That was a statement game from Fitfall.
I totally agree. And I don't know, it's really hard to say because these games look totally different, even the styles of gameplay here. So Fritfall looking really great now going into game 3, but I'm not counting out Bitfix at all. They fought until the end, just couldn't find the right fights, and it's interesting to see in the game 3.
Yeah, I agree. You can't count Bitfix out. We saw what they did in game number 1. Regardless, though, let's throw it to a break, and when we come back, we will have the final NLC RPS game in the quarterfinals of spring, as Bitfix Gaming and Fritfall both one game away from making it to the top 4. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. The final games of quarters is now in our sights, Clover, as it is Fitfall going up against the side of Bitfix. Bitfix Gaming, one of the pre-tournament favorites. We've discussed that quite a few times on here, but I think it's worth mentioning again. Had a dominant game number 1, but game 2 was different. It was very different, and one of the things you discussed in the green room with me, Clover, was how much of an impact the early game has had. Because neither of these teams, once they've given up a lead, have been able to come back. And talk to me about how an early game lead has led to a victory so far in the series.
Yeah, it seemed like which team has been more aggressive in the early game has just won straight up, getting the gold lead. And the other team couldn't get back into the game. We saw more of it on Bitfix's side on the game 1, that when they got the gold lead, they just snowballed it hard. Bitfix now got one fight to get back into the game, but just great performance from Fritfall on the second game. And as we talked about on the break, Jinx has been a really strong champion in this tournament. I think, yeah, undefeated. So I don't know. I think it would be a ban here for Fritfall.
Yeah, I do very much agree, because then it's just the first pick, right? And the thing is, we've now seen both teams respond to a first pick Jinx. And you can very quickly ask the question and answer it. How did that go? Well, not so well. So I very much agree with you, Clover. That should be banned. And this is obviously an advantage now to Bitfix Gaming, that they got to choose the blue side, leaving them with the option of not banning it, because they could just first pick it. And, that is the advantage you get from coming in as the first seed. Reminder, this is the first seed of Group A versus the third seed of Group B. And I mean, so far, both of these games have been pretty one-sided, just to, the opposing sides.
Yeah, and as we talk about bans, I want to point out Edo has performed really well on the Aurelian, so he couldn't really show it in game 1 because they went so far behind. But game 2, he really showed that he can play the champ. And if you get comfortable with the champ, you really want to ban it out in a series, because you don't want someone playing all the games the same champ, because he just feels comfortable on the champ. I would ban it out if I were Bitfix, because it's really scary to play against Aurelian. So it's really strong at the moment, and if Edo plays like he did last game, I don't know, Fritfall would be a favorite in my eyes.
Yeah, and now the Ivan has been banned instead, so they've continuing to ban out Luff early on here. And since that first ban rotation is still the one last ban available to do something different for Fritfall. The question really just is about that Jinx. Will they ban it? Will they keep it open? That's what we are waiting and seeing. The Ashe taken off the table yet again from Fritfall. So, I mean, it's very simple, the questions we need to ask here. The Aurelian Soul, will it be banned? The answer, a resounding yes, leaving the Udyr, which has been banned 2 games in a row, by the way, from Bitfix, being left open. So that's taken away. For Fritfall, will they ban the Jinx, or will it be taken away? They will ban it. So, changes will have to come through. We've seen the change from both teams that we wanted to see here, Clover, and that makes me just even more excited for the next game.
Yeah, and I'm really interested if Karik wants the Zins out on the first pick, because he played an amazing game in the game 1. But do you want to really first pick it, is the question here, or do you want to go something like an ADC Varus? But they really want the last second pick, and they pick the Lucian.
Ooh, that is interesting to say the least. Meaning the Nami could now be picked away. She only get that first pick, of course, on the blue side. Instead, it's just a sign of intent. Fritfall will have all the time in the world to draft around it and try and shut it down. A lot of pressure being put now on Bitfix, though, to make this work. We've seen Fritfall try it. We've seen them fail at it. Fritfall, instead, their response is looking unnecessary.
Yeah, and I would love to see a Zeri Lulu, or even the Rakan. I normally like an Enchanter with Zeri, but Khan played a great game with Rakan, so wouldn't be surprised on it. But as the Udyr is left open, they want it.
Yeah, banned away in the first 2 games. Makes sense that it is now locked in, as it has been left open on the table. Will be eaten up by Lofa there. So, and surely this is just a Nami lock in Rafa Thug, who will likely go back to the chances in this game. The Yawn didn't work out, I think it is fair to say. So, Hovard, should be locked in. And that now begs the question, do you then go for the jungle? What do you look for here in the last pick on the first rotation?
You could also pick a Cassante if you are scared of the either going top, but statement pick here, Azir for energy. This is really interesting because Azir has so much playmaking potential, so I really liked.
Yeah, so Azir was banned in the last game. Aubrey was banned in the last couple of games as well. Both of them, I do actually believe it was banned, just one earlier than the other. So these mid laners now, being left on the Rift, have been locked in. Very exciting draft so far. A lot of damage in both these teams as well. The Xin Zhao ban makes a lot of sense. We completely forgot about that, not seeing in the second game, but it was instrumental to that first game victory.
Yeah, now ban out in the second and third game. And Bitfix Gaming getting the Lulu out. The Zeri still has Melio, which is one of the enchanters you want to play with it. But I wouldn't be surprised about the Rakan because Khan played an amazing game on it, as I pointed out earlier. But I don't know. Are you scared that the Zeri would get melted too fast, or what is the plan? Because Fritfall has the flex with the Udyr also, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're raising a good point, right? Probably why the Udyr has been banned so early in both of those games, right? Not wanting to give over that flex pick, but instead, it had to be left open this time to remove that very big threat of it was the Aurelion Soul they banned. Oh, that is very, very exciting. I want to see how this turns out if they lock it in. I got baited by the hover. I want to see more of Calm's Rakan. As I was about to say that, I realized that now means they will have to last pick the support, knowing that what they're up against. Instead, they blind this Renekton, probably just saying, we're happy without going up against the Aatrox. We're really ready to run it back. Let's see if Hatsu agrees to that.
Yeah, and Cassante is open, which is really interesting. I would really want to pick it here, but Trandul is really interesting. Is it going jungle or top lane is the question here, as they're thinking about the last pick, but Cassante has been a stable pick. As you said, you hate seeing it because it shows so much in pro play nowadays, but would be a great pick for Bitfix.
Yeah, it would certainly be a good one for them. Let's see what gets locked in here, though. In the end, it is a Gwen.
Really interesting.
Okay.
Wasn't expecting that.
Neither did I. That is very, very interesting. Add some more AP damage to their roster. That is certainly interesting. So, I want to get away from that for now because I want to see what they pair this up with. I was thinking of the Yumi initially because sorry Yumi, it's so good. I'm happy they didn't do it. They went for the Rakan, and goddamn it, we even had to discuss it in the green room. What a game Corm had in game number 2 in the Rakan.
Yeah, played really aggressively, knew the limits of the champion, so I'm really excited to see it in game 2. But Thug also played an amazing game 1 on Enchanter, and now as they have Delusion, it will be interesting to see if they can play hard on the bot side.
That is very exciting to see. Will Bitfix succeed? I think you're asking the completely correct question because it is the big one. You're putting so much pressure on yourself in a do-or-die game to succeed on this bot lane. Fritfall did it in game 1 and failed. Now Bitfix have to do it. The pre-tournament favorites, they're the team with the big names. Can they succeed though? Can they pull it off? Because that game 2, that really breathed life back into the series because I thought after game 1, it might just be done and dusted. All the series so far ended 2-0. But this one, Clover, it's different. You can feel it.
Yeah, and it would be a great upset for Fritfall to win, but Sweden can't win. Come on. Okay, I'm sorry, but would be a great underdog story here if they can win it, making it 2 Swedish teams in the semifinals. So I don't know. Bitfix is the heavy favorite before the series, but now as Fritfall had the game 2 control, played it really well, it will be interesting to see because the scaling comp has won And now, as you have the Zeri, I'm really interested to see, can Bitfix play hard on the bot lane as Fritfall couldn't in game 1, or does it happen again that the scaling one wins?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see what happens here, as it is Fritfall taking to the Rift alongside Bitfix Gaming in our final quarterfinal in the NLC RPS Spring 2024. It is a bit of a miracle run, you could say, from Fritfall. Their last win up against DMG Denmark ended up being decisive, as let's just see what happens here. I think Energy's out and just gets to reset, so I'm gonna go back to what I was trying to say before. But that win against DMG got them up to their second win. They went through groups on a 4-way tie, with 4 teams being tied at 2 and 3, making it out simply due to that win over DMG, giving them head-to-head. Incredible. I can't believe it. It was so tight. And now, showing that that group was not just, 4 bad teams fighting for that 3rd seed. This was 4 good teams, because Fritfall certainly know how to play League of Legends, and they've shown that by beating Bitfix, the number 1 seed of Group A.
Yeah, but I really am excited about the energy here, because every time I see an Azir, I think about the montage plays. I think about Faker in semifinals last time, but Energy is such a great player that I believe he can make the plays to win the game.
Yeah, Energy honestly is a pretty scary thing, I'll tell you that much. Having seen out the guy, he's obviously one who has a wide champion pool. He has some niche picks in there as well, like the Annie he's pulled out on numerous occasions when times has gotten tough. This time, though, the Azir has been called upon to step up when it matters most. And just to quickly run through it again, if you want to make it to the NLC Division 2, which is what we're here for, you have to make it to the final. So there's still 1 round to go for whoever will be the winner of this series. They will be playing up against the team we just saw earlier in the day, beating G2 Hell. That was Lazy and Live, taking a 2-0 there. The Norwegian teams really stepping up so far today. They are Norwegian, yeah. Yeah, that's the first seed. Just had to double check that. That would have been embarrassing, saying something different. One thing though, I think we should spend this time, didn't have much to talk about so far in the game. I want to go back and just look at how the quarterfinals have gone so far and ask you, Chloe, because I know you're not happy about Bloodline making it through. But how do you feel about how the quarterfinals have gone? Are there any surprises? How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about Paragon winning, because I think they weren't the favorites either. But,
yeah, I mean, coming in as the underdogs to that, I think the big takeaway for me is both of the NLC Division 2 teams for losing out in quarters, G2 Hell and Carolina. So both of those teams being sent down to the national leagues as all of these fight to get out of them. Corm going in here on Nexi. It's a very committed 1v1 or level 1 so far. The flash away to safety as the Ignite kept ticking. Whereas the level 2 should be there sooner rather than later. Hatsu looking for it but can't quite get it. And the bot lane as well, that's really where I think we should keep our attention, because will something happen down there? My answer would be likely, as now Corm is left without sums.
But Hatsu trading really hard. Both wanted the level 2, but couldn't just make it. So I don't know, but the wave stacking hard on the top side.
Yeah, so it has been a back and forth game within these first 3 minutes already. Pretty heavy trading, which we did expect, Clover, down on that bot side. And the top lane, we had to discuss this in the green room as well. Always very exciting as Corm caught out. There is no sums here, remember. But the W is good, not good enough. As Cuddy followed with the flash, gets first blood, and if getting first blood is anything to go for, it's a good start for Bitfix Gaming here.
Yeah, Cuddy's just trying to be aggressive, looking for the mid play here, but Edo has the control, doesn't want to just give it away here as he hugs the top side, knowing his jungler is there. But a great pick and really well punished when Count used the flash early, And I really like how Naxi and Thug have played the early game here.
Yeah, let's see it one more time. No vision. I think he plays down the water, actually. No, he just walks straight into it. Into the waiting hands of Cuddy. He punishes nicely. So, I want to turn my attention to Luffer, right? Because he ended up on this Udyr, which was something we've discussed quite a bit now. Because, yeah, it was very hyped. Being banned away in the first 2 games, now left open due to Edo being too good on that Aurelion Soul. I'm excited to see what the plan is. I haven't had the honor of watching this Udyr before. But I'm excited to see what he's cooking up on this champion to make it permabanned against him, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's really interesting in the jungle because Trundle and Udyr, we have seen it a lot in the top lane usually in the past metas, but now in the jungle finding their way back in, and Luffe can look for a gank here as the wave is stacking towards Fritfall.
Yeah, Fitfall want to make the play here. Naxi and Thug both forced to flash, and still the kill likely to come through, I was about to say, but in the end it did not. And now it's Naxi who looked to strike back on the counter punch. Korn taken down to half. But the damage not quite there. Energy had to TP in, but it was simply to stop the play from continuing from Fitfall as they were unable to shut down this Lucian army bot lane.
Yeah, but forcing out both flashes here and the TP from energies.
Edo? That's the shockwave, that's the level advantage. Could look to want something here as he just tries to poke. Cuddy is there as well though to keep his mid laner safe. As the poking continues down on the bot side as well.
Yeah, and Luffe finding a great flank there to get the flashes, and Calm following it up to force Thug's flash also there, but Cuddy just getting the first Drake, and it seems like a theme here that...
Oh, flash! Dominus popped! I think Hatsu's just dead this time around! Second game in a row! Kire finds the solo bolo.
I mean, so unexpected, but Kira just immediately pulls the trigger, getting the solo kill, and Hatsu doesn't have TP, so he loses a lot on that play, and Kira, just great play from him, as they're trying to move for grabs here, but Luffe is here.
Oh, look at those. Those are the Voidlings, guys. The Void grabs will now be taken. It's the first time in this game they will be taken. And this time, yet again, I should say, probably it's Cuddy taking the first 3. Luffe made the moves towards them, but with the man advantage, he has to back off. They don't have the priority on the map, and these will go into Bitfix pockets. So, one thing that I've really learned this series is Bitfix are very good at taking the first rotations of neutral. Getting the first Drake, getting the first Void grubs. Let's see if that continues this time around, though, to claim the upcoming Drakes as well and get that scaling going early.
Yeah, and the objectives really help out here, as you have, especially on the grabs, as Kire got the solo kill, but you had the tempo to take the grab still. But bot side, I would expect they can stack Drakes early here, as they have the Lucian Nami here, and they just need to play safe before the flashes, as Fritfall have the flash advantage. If Kong gets the right engage with the flash before Naxi has the flash up, it could be a free kill for the Zeri here, but wave stacking again towards Bitfix, and Fluffy has a gank angle here if he wants to.
The gank angle should certainly be there, and I mean, again, after what happened last time in the top lane, I'm definitely keeping my eyes here. Dominus is available. Will they commit? The needlework coming out as well. Surely someone dies here right as the needles do that. Job Hatsu gets his revenge and finds a solo kill of his own.
This top lane has been bloody, and
Mad calling pop damage. Pretty good on Korm. Just forcing him low. Not enough to get the kill, but it's yet again to just establish that control that the Lucian army likes to have. They've gotten 1 plate so far, but it's even in CS, so not the biggest lead. As they look for the solo kill, the ignite. I don't think it will be enough. He'll live by with 1 HP pretty much. Cuddy though. Is this we saw this happen once before. Does the exact same thing this time around. Cuddy being there when he's needed to clean up when Bitfix just didn't have the initial damage in the bot lane. Now Omni, underneath his turret, will be left alone thanks to a TP from Kiri. Plays for his team. What a nice TP down there to make sure his AD carry stays alive.
Yeah, and just thought.
I really like that. I really like that. I want to mention it. The Kiri recall got cancelled thanks to the tidal wave from Thug. Buying the time, forcing Loffit to now go up here, just losing so much tempo. Really, really nicely played.
Yeah, and just great play. And Edo's what happened mid there? Because Edo lost flash and he's just really, really low. So energy.
Yeah, true.
Used the play.
Omni has both summons, but it's engaged upon by Naxi with pretty much no mana, so I think he should feel pretty safe, and he does so. Doesn't even get to use, or doesn't even need to use any of his summons, rather. As Naxi, I think I need to be a bit careful here. Corm should get level 6 rather soon. And Naxi, without any mana, will have a hard time making it out, so they back off, they get away, they pay their respects. And look to start the resets.
Yeah, just calm, trying to stop the backs here, and they're trying to look for a dive, which is really interesting.
Nexi? I mean, still Nexi, you don't really have mana for anything else than 1E, so needs to give their respect here, and they do so. But Corm, I mean, playing this so annoyingly, stops the recall again. He's a professional prick, this guy. He plays this wonderfully. I mean, as someone who's played a lot of Rakan myself, it's a joy to watch because he knows the Champions limit so well that he doesn't overstay his welcome. Yes, I mean, he does have two deaths, but that's because the jungler was there when he didn't expect it. When he plays it like this, it's so beautiful to see how he feels so confident to step up there knowing he can die because he's Rakan. He has those dashes, and he's able to gain an advantage from that fact as well.
Yeah, and because of the tempo, they can now look for the Drake here. As Bitfix hasn't got a back yet, as just Calm playing so aggressively to stop these backs.
No way, he's gonna do it again. He does it again! No way! Naxi must be fuming! No way he goes underneath the turret. Can we please see what happened there? I mean, maybe we don't need to see, but he just walked up. I assume he did the same thing. What a gross human being. What a gross, disgustingly good player. That is so good, man. I mean, I love it and hate it at the same time because imagine being next there. You're so mad. But as a Rakan player, I love it. Let's see it. And this is not a replay of what we saw before. This is the first time. This is the second time he does this. Stops the recall of Naxi. And now to the... Oh, I did not expect that much damage. I was too caught up in the picture-in-picture. But Hatsu finds another kill there. Needlework still available. So should get out as well. And Bitfix Gaming building up solid foundations here to take control of the early game.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see because I thought that Bitfix would play towards bot here, but top has been really bloody. Hudson got solo killed first, but took the revenge.
Omni dashes forward. Just a little bit of trade to get a second plate. And let's just take a look at the gold while it's up on our screen. Yeah, it is in the top side, the leaders, right? You can see the big lead on Hatsu. That's scary as this Renekton really crucial to the victory in game number 2. And Cuddy getting a lead as well, thanks to the 2 kills he's claimed on bot.
Yeah, and even though you gave the second Drake here, 6 grabs with this team comp is an amazing advantage for Bitfix Gaming because Hatsu's really strong now, can melt the tower, but even we point out top has the lead, but Energy and Bitfix bot have a great damage on the towers now. They can really melt the plates here and get advantage through that as they already have a 2.5k lead.
Oh, Corm goes in this time maybe a bit too far forward. Flash timed, and yet again he survives the 2v2 by a sliver of health.
Yeah, and we see them moving both sides.
Yeah, they're moving down, yeah. I
Caddy
should
just
say, Clover.
covering it.
Just hovering alongside Luffer there to make sure Omni doesn't get dove. That's really their main goal now. It feels like to stop this Seri from dying. Betting Luffer down here as well to not give over too many plates and too much gold. You CC though, Cuddy wants it. That's a bit too overeager in my opinion as TP's now come through. Or one rather from Edo. Flash on Cuddy is available. Does it, uses it. Very nicely to juke the Shockwave. Energy joins in as well. I think he has been spotted, but he's staying outside of vision. Let's see if on the oversteps he didn't see him. And that is the flash forced out. Getting something worth from his TP there.
Yeah, that's really big. Omni having no sums, now they are in danger.
Yeah, they are in trouble here. So Energy continues to dash forward, knowing there are no sums on this Fritfall bot lane. The turret has been killed as the plates fell. Edo is back in the mid lane trying to get something back, but this lead is growing a bit too quickly than Fritfall would like it. This game looking rough for them now.
Yeah, we talked about getting the early leads has led to victory earlier in game 1 and 2, so you can see the 6 grubs doing the work here. You just melted the bot tower immediately as the plates fell off, and now getting the herald you can really use it to get either the mid tower or you can get maybe 2 towers from top, as Gwen does so much damage with the grubs to towers, and a really scary game state for Fritfall, and Bitfix Gaming looking like they're back in game 1 as they seem so strong.
Yeah, the blue side has worked out for both teams so far, and Bitfix able to claim so many of these early neutral objectives, all 6 Void Grubs, Herald as well, and the first Drake. Fitfall though only being able to respond by getting 1 Drake off their own. Luffer, I think it's fair to say that he hasn't had the desired impact. He's been more responsive than proactive, and he hasn't really gotten anything on his responses. This Udyr hasn't done much so far, and now maybe it's the time. It isn't, as you can see it on the CS as well, right? 135 CS, very good CS for a jungler at this point, but 0-0-0 in the scoreline. Hasn't been able to get anything done in the lanes.
And the scary part, in my opinion, is that Luffer is going AP. So
Omni? I mean, that cutting now does a lot of damage, and Luffer tanking up most of it for his team. As Herald will be spawned, will take down this turret as well.
yeah, is there a responsive play here from Fritfall? No, they really don't want to fight it yet. But as I was saying, Luffer is going AP. So usually when we see Udyr in the competitive play, it's the tanky one, so you can really tank up for your team. But now, as you're going AP and you fall behind, I'm really scared that the whole team will get melted in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, I very much agree with your point, because there isn't too much frontline, right? There isn't a lot, and this time there is no Ivan shield to keep it topped up as well. So with the lead already building, the second Drake secured, the 20-minute mark not far away, the Baron could pretty soon be in the sides of Bitfix Gaming. Feels like something needs to happen soon, and it's probably a dream team fight that they need to execute on, because, I mean, they could still get back into the game, but opportunities will become fewer and fewer if the game continues to progress in this way.
Yeah, Bitfix making great plays here. I would love to see if their bot lane would move to top, opening up the top lane here as they move to mid, responding to Fritfall, but I think they could make the plays here. Just opening up, if you get the top tower there, you open up the whole map.
Hatsu. Could be in a 1v2, is pretty strong, has the needlework available. Just dashes away and makes it out to safety. Yeah, so not much more to get there. Calm will be able to get out to safety as well. Yes. Neat. They're chasing this down, they want it. Tidal wave comes through as well to no avail. And in the end, they get out, but at the moment it is just Fritfall escaping, not getting anything.
Yeah, and with this tempo they can open up the top tower as we talked about, but the scary part is that Rakan losing flash is really big. As Fritfall, your engage is really the Rakan and Orianna's shockwave here. But Rakan losing flash, now it's really hard to engage because of Azir has so much mobility, so does Delusion, so how are you gonna get these carries? But I don't know, it's a hard game state for Fritfall as Bitfix has now opened up the whole map. Now they're in no hurry to do anything. They could maybe, as Baron spawns, melt it because you have so much damage.
Yeah, they could look for another fight just before it spawns as well. If this works out, it's gonna be a really good moment for them as Energy shuffles back one good flash tornado to not get hit by that Emperor's Divide. Here comes the culling, going pretty wide, so not too much damage dealt by that. Energy is low, but they find the jungler, but they can't get anything else as the Baron isn't on the map.
Yeah, but they have great tempo here. They could get mid play as top Hatsu's just trying to get Kire low here, but just top laners both just hitting each other all the time here, so you never know when the kill is coming.
That's a good way to put it. You never really know when it's coming, right? And it's really been the story of this game. It's Bitfix Gaming hitting Fritfall by surprise. Calm, certainly not expecting those 2 deaths that he ended up getting. And I don't know as well Hatsu getting the solo kill. Let's see this one more time as it is just Energy coming from out of vision. Very quickly saying, yeah, I want to go here. He sees the opportunity to get 2. At the very least force 1 flash. It's a pretty simple fight, but it's nicely executed by Bitfix Gaming. And as we head back to live, they are not fighting hopefully right now, but they will be fighting next time over a more valuable neutral objective. It's the Baron.
Yeah, it seems like Bitfix want to play for it as Cuddy just started solo. I don't think he can take it solo though, but he does so much damage and Fritfall doesn't have any vision up there, so it's really scary to walk up here.
Yeah, they've now gotten the water bit as Cuddy stops it. Thog trying to get some vision as well. Didn't really want to heal up his jungler as it's done. They hadn't managed to get it, but they managed to drag Fritfall around the map for just a few seconds, found out where they are. And that's kind of how that play rounds out. The goal lead remains roughly the same, and in 50 seconds, Clover, we will get that next Drake on the map.
Yeah, and I'm really scared if Bitfix get to stack these Chemtech Drakes because the tenacity is great, but the healing is amazing for their team.
Hatsu, I mean, they want to make a play on him. That is very clear when you look at the map. 2 members coming up. Hatsu in a 1v3 looks to burn down Omni. Will he do so? The needlework is massive, but flies wide on the last attempt, and the shutdown gold goes over to Kire. Absolutely massive for him.
Yeah, can they now contest the Drake is the question, because yes, you use 3 ults there, but Hatsu doesn't have TP, so you could fight 5v4 here. Yeah,
they could look to go for it, but in the end, seems like Bitfix Gaming will be able to have a successful run of spell here as to get the Drake as well. Luffet can't even make it in, and that's just kind of been the story of his game, right? He hasn't really been able to get anything done, make any moves. He's taken 1 Drake so far in this game. No Void Drops, no Herald as well. The goal lead hasn't ballooned into something that is insurmountable yet, but it feels like we're just that 1 Baron buff away from that happening.
Yeah, it's really hard at the moment for either team to make the real play here, because the Baron is the place where you throw the game, usually, if you have the lead, so Bitfix doesn't want to take it unless they have information on the map that they could take it, but Fritfall have no right to take it at all. So, I think, I don't know, unless there's kills and you have the advantage, I don't think anyone will play for the Baron yet, but as the Drake is spawning in 4 minutes, I think then we could see some trades going on.
Yeah. We could see some trading, or we could see Bitfix Gaming just hard forcing this. Loffe has no flash, so if they pop that explosive charge, I mean, they could look to force it. The popcorn no longer there. That's Hatsu. I thought he might want that 1v1. In the end, doesn't. And just goes back. it's very clear what Big Fix want, right? They're trying to play or force Fritfall around this Baron, and they successfully do so, you can say.
Yeah, and they just want to take the control, so it's really scary to walk without vision for Fritfall, as they're so long range here. They have great control if they want to take the river control. The Azir does so much damage at the moment, so... But they could look for...
Cody?
Okay.
2 items as well. Like, these spikes are pretty big, but same goes for the side of Fritfall. Also hitting those 2 item spikes, so the game, in that sense, pretty even, but the gold shows that these extra components are in favor. Bitfix Gaming, a few more expensive items you can see there as well, the Trinity Force and Titanic Hydra. Certainly not a cheap combo to get early on, as they stop the recall of Korm, look to take him down, and likely will do so as well, at the very least, for some sums, and that's exactly what they do by getting the flash out of the Rakan. That's a massive summoner spell gone. Surely the sights will soon be set on the Baron, but considering they've used 2 ultimates, they might want to wait a little bit. Thug? No way he gets caught out again, right? The flash is used nicely to buy the space needed, and he's out. Now the fight really kicks off as Fluffer running for the hills. The damage comes through from the lightning crash. Kiri is in the front line as well. Energy good flash away, but the damage is stacking. Look at Omni. Look at what he's doing. He's down to half. He's gotten them all so low, but he can't claim any final kills. The Shockwave finds 1, finds 2 as well, as the smite has been removed, denying any chance of the Baron. It's a 2-for-2 fight as Fritfall. I think it's fair to say they fight back.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by Thug's positioning there, but just Hatsu does so much damage that he could melt 2 there, even though Fritfall find the response and get 2 kills of their own. But I think it's still a win for Fritfall, getting some gold at this time of game.
Yeah, it's certainly a win for them, right? A couple of shutdowns and buying themselves more time to continue scaling. Shows them and tells them that they can play in this game as well and get something here. Let's see it one more time. A lot invested on Korm. Unable to get him. They get his flash. They realistically force him out of the fight. And then what happens next here? It's Thog who gets caught out. Backup is good. And Omni just refuses to die, and the damage he deals is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and the big problem was that you used your Azir and Lucian ult earlier, so you weren't so strong in the fight, but Hatsu, just so much damage.
Yeah, Hatsu, as you say, an incredible amount of damage. I think it's fair to say that this is a strong win, to say the least. The Baron, though, didn't get taken down, and that is the victory, the big win that Fritfall could have hoped for. Solo up in 30 seconds, and Clover, that is another fight that they likely have to take.
Yeah, but Bitfix has the playmaking cards here, because you can trade it for Baron if you want to. And because Fritfall, I don't know, do they want to give the soul or the Baron? Probably neither, but which would be a favor here, as it seems like Bitfix will get the control, and it's really hard. They're clearing vision, and I don't know, it's really scary to walk up to Azir.
Soul is being taken down and dropping ever so slightly lower. Luffer, though, will be in the pit for it. He's so close to making it. Cuddy is the target. Can they take him down before he even gets a chance to use the smite? He just refuses to die. The smite goes over into the side of Kiri, so the soul is denied. But who will win the final team fight? Here's Omni dishing out good amount of damage. He's clutching it up for his team. The lightning crash and all the movement speed. It might have been a 4v5, but who cares? They won it. They denied the soul, but it's at the cost of opening up their own base.
Yeah, Hatsu's trying to take more here, but I don't think he can, as he just dashes away here, but a great win. Okay.
Oh, stopping the recalls, okay.
Yeah,
See.
but still a big win for Fritfall, getting those kills, getting the Drake, as Kier is the one who secures it for his team, and now you stop the Drake stacking, as we talk about and have talked about it before, but the big one is now Hatsu so strong in the side lane. Can anybody stop him?
Yeah, Hatsu is more than incredibly strong, I think it is fair to say, as Korm dies first in this fight. Look at Cuddy. How long does this man survive in there? As the Drake dies, he gets even more HP. Kerry securing that, and now it's just an Omni. Look at the juking, the auto attacks, maximizing his own damage. Plays that incredibly well.
Yeah, for sure, but I'm really surprised Cuddy survived there. Like, the healing is so much, but still, the Zeri getting the gold is the big one in my eyes. Seeing, like, she is the carry here, but look at how they melt the Baron here.
Yeah, it's being melted, and it's just 2 members, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Shouldn't really be allowed, but down it will go. No contest to be had because they simply couldn't make it there in time.
Yeah,
yeah, come on, Clover. Yeah. You know what's gonna happen now. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, look at Bot. Natsu's just pushing hard. He's so strong, and now just the tempo. You can really open up the map as you see the top wave pushing in the super minions, and it's a really hard to stop this push from Bitfix, because now they Azir Tower there. You have 6 grabs, you have Baron. I don't know if they can stop them from getting the 3 inhibitors here.
I very much agree with that point. I was about to say, but maybe they do something. Good shockwave on Thor. That is something, but it simply doesn't matter though. As Hatsu has said, no, I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't want to play more quarterfinals. I want my semi-final spot. And the rest of Bitfix Gaming now stepping up. Final hooray here for Fit4. Can they pull the Rapid out the hat? What do they have for us? He has its Omni, who we look at, but the shuffle is absolutely humongous. That is how to close out the game, end out the series, and secure your spot in the semi-finals. Naxi hitting away at the Nexus, but it's all on the back of Energy's magical play to lock Bitfix spot in top 4.
Holy, the game was so slow, but after that Baron rush, it just, in a minute the game was over. What a play from Bitfix, what a play from Energy, and they just showed why they're the stronger team.
Yeah, that was one hell of a game, and in the end the favorites did live up to that title by getting that win. In the end, 2-0, or 2-1 rather. Sorry, that does conclude the quarterfinals here, but we're not done with the broadcast just yet. And we'll throw it to a small break, and when we come back, we'll have an interview, and then we can round out the day. See you then. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the NLC RPS. This time, though, to round out the quarterfinals, we do have an interview with the top laner, Hatsu. How are you doing? And congratulations on your win.
I'm actually doing good, though felt a little bit stressed after the second game. I disliked our draft the second game. I wanted to claim it last game, and then my mid laner disliked it, and then Orn didn't also know what to build, so I got stressed out a bit a lot. But then on the third game, when I got played my champion and I felt a bit more secure, I felt confident after I killed him 1v1 after he burned his flash and ult after killing me. So
Yeah,
I'm feeling very good.
that's great to hear. As a great series from you all around in my eyes. And the first question I want to ask is, Freefall came as a big underdog, but how was your experience playing against them?
Actually, when I felt like they struggled a bit on the map when they were kind of behind. When we were the one putting pressure on them, I felt sometimes they've either overcommitted people on one side, so the other side opened up a lot, and we got a lot out of it, or sometimes they just got lost, like they didn't know what they wanted to do. But I believe they, despite them being an underdog, I felt like they played actually really good. I didn't feel like they were bad or should be underestimated or anything.
Yeah, that's what my experience was watching them. But still, game 1 and game 3, the games you won was, I think, like, feels like you didn't lose any control over the map. Like, do you think your team's strength really is on controlling the map when you have the lead?
The thing is, I actually believe that it's not only about me; it's about everyone there, and we actually, I actually feel sometimes a lot of pressure because I know that we usually are playing those strong side lanes on bot, like Lucian Nami or like Jinx, where Jinx Lulu into Lucian Nami is like where everything is most likely gonna be concentrated around bot lane, either way. And I just sometimes feel a lot of pressure when I just know I have to sort of do something on top to get it on lead by myself, or maybe when Kudi comes to me, if there's an opportunity. But I believe that it's not only about me, it's also about every one of us. We are talking a lot and we are trying to make everyone get a bit ahead every single time, so everyone's more secure about how strong we are on the map.
Yeah, and just as a last question, you have played a great tournament. I think anybody who's saying you haven't watched the games, do you have any message for the people who still doubting Bitfix?
For any doubters, start believing. Norway is the best region. Just kidding, of course. But I don't know. I think everyone's on equal footing here. It's just about it's actually about just how everyone's focused and how they're put on the game. And I think everyone has like somewhat of an equally chance here. And none of the teams should be underestimated. Neither the Bitfix, neither the other team. So.
Yeah, so just my last question now, because you had to discuss Norway being the best region, and to be honest, I get why you say that because you guys do perform well at these tournaments. But now in the semi-final, you're going up against Lazy and Live, the first seed from your region. How do you feel about that? How do you rate your odds going into that game?
To be fair, I have watched a bit of the second game versus G2 Hell, and to be fair, it was hard to even say it was kind of a game. Like, it just felt that they were running around, just murdering them all over the place. And it's really hard to figure anything about them. Although I think we as Bitfix are very good coordinated and communicate for sure on bot side, and we know how to put a very good fight on, and I believe we're gonna put a very good fight next game.
I think that's a fine way to put it. Thank you very much, Hudson, for joining us, and congratulations on making those semifinals. We'll see you in a couple of days again on stream. But until then, have a good practice, and I can't wait to see how you do up against Lazy in Life. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you as well.
And with that, Clover, it's back to you and me to round out not just this day, but this whole stage of the tournament. We're going to be talking a little bit about the series we just watched, but we're also going to be looking ahead to what will be coming up after our break day. We will be on break tomorrow. There will be no NLC RPS, but when we come back, the semifinals will be in front of us in Clover. I'm very excited. Let's take a look at the bracket here. We do have 2 Norwegian teams making it to the semifinals. Bitfix Gaming, we just saw advance, and Lazy in Life, who advanced earlier in the day. And then we have Bloodline, the last hope of Sweden, up against the last hope of the UK in Paragon.
Yeah, it's been a good day for Finnish people. 2 Swedish teams falling off. But it's really interesting because 2 Norwegian teams on the other side of the bracket, but Bloodline against Paragon is really interesting because Paragon is going as an underdog. But I really believe they have a great chance, and I hope they complete their amazing run here. But it can be both of these games will be really interesting, and I think we will see a bloodbath.
I think that's a very good point to make. I think we will see a bloodbath. In terms of results, the biggest surprise to me was certainly the Paragon beating Lions Creed Academy 2-0. It was a rematch of the Four Nations final where Lions Creed in the original format managed to come out on top. Paragon 2-0 them on the day, now being that 1 series away from making it into the NLC Division 2. That is what is at stake on May the 17th and May the 18th when we come back after a couple of break days. The winner of Paragon Bloodline will get NLC Division 2. The winner of Bitfix and Lazy in Life will get top 2, and that also get NLC Div 2, and that also means, Clover, that there will be another Norwegian organizations at the very least joining the NLC Division 2.
I hope that as a Finn, there won't be a full Norwegian NLC 2 division coming soon, but they have performed so well in NLC RPS that I wouldn't be surprised. But I really like today, especially because in best of ones you never know. Some might have up days and some might have down days, but in a best of 3 and a best of 5s, you really get to see what the teams can do. Even though they can lose a game, they can still make a comeback. And this series was really tense, but Bitfix take the win.
Yeah, it was for sure a back and forth series. But I think with that, that's everything that we needed to add here on the broadcast today. We will see you all back on the 17th and the 18th for the semifinals to find out which 2 teams will be entering the NLC Division 2 for the summer split. But with that, thank you so much for joining me, Clover. It's been a blast, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the broadcast today. We'll be back on the 17th for more NLC RPS action. See you then.